Good evening, friends. We're live again tonight, and we're going to continue the streak. This is day 93, episode 93. We're also going to continue to talk about Dogecoin, the broader cryptocurrency market, talk about equity stocks a little bit as well. It has been a truly interesting day, and we're going to talk about a few things that give us some insight, I think, maybe to what's going on with Dogecoin, at least specifically. It is now at 20 cents a share. It's been as low as 18 today, and it's been as high as 30. So it's had some pretty crazy swings, but I've got some thoughts about what could be causing it. It has to do with the so-called whales, and we're going to get to that in a minute. But what we're going to do first, which I've kind of settled into doing most nights first, which is to go over the ranking of the different of the top cryptocurrencies. Dogecoin broke into the top 10 several days ago, and it remains in the top 10. But let's look and see where it's actually at. So Bitcoin is still in the top spot, but again, like last night, at least at the beginning of the live stream and before we ended it, it had got back up to 1 trillion, but right now it is at 928 billion. So it's still number one. And it's still, it's not doing very well, right? Right now it's at 49. That's lower. I'm gonna actually drill into that. That's considerably lower than the low I'm pretty sure that it hit over the weekend, and that was kind of considered a crash. So also Ethereum, talk about these two, and then we'll get to Dogecoin. Ethereum is also maybe at this point a buy. It was as high as I think 24 or so today, so it looked like it was on a path to recovery. Well, I take that back. Not only was it at 24, it reached a new high today, and it's back down. So we'll get to talking about that maybe a little bit more as we progress in the live stream, but do want to welcome everyone. Thanks for joining again tonight. If you would, smash that like button if you're getting something out of this. It all obviously helps with the YouTube algorithm, and if you can share it out, that would be amazing. But tonight, for the first time in several days, and it's actually massive, as I'm just now looking at this. Wow, Dogecoin is at number 8, and the current market cap is 24 billion. I know everyone knows that just a few days ago, it was as high as 52 billion. So that's, if I'm doing the math right, that's almost exactly half of its market cap is gone. And we'll talk about that some. I don't claim to be an expert. I don't get to analyze this all day long until it's time to do the live stream and come in with just a massive amount of thoughts, but I've had a little bit of time here and there throughout the day, and want to also bring you guys into the conversation, obviously, and I'm sure some of you have even been able to look into this more throughout the day than me, but let's go on for just a brief moment and look at the chart. So this is the, let me pull up Dogecoin here. Okay, so here we are. We're on the 1 minute chart right now, just so we can see it, as it's changing. So we're seeing that it's been, kind of this straight line here for 21.28 all the way through to 21, almost for 10 minutes. Almost for 10 minutes, it has had, at least once it's been said and done, pretty much the same closing mark. Not exactly, but very, very close. In some cases, actually 20. And then closing here 20, closing 20, closing 20. So what I think's happening, and then we'll actually bring up some information that I think helps support my thesis. What it appears is happening, which part of this I think all of you already knew. We talked about it some last night. The whales, as they're called, those that have the most Dogecoin in hand, have either in a coordinated fashion or in the most amazing coincidental probably act in the world ever have been buying and selling. In one case, there was a whale that was just selling, and then they started buying back in. There was another whale that was selling, and now they are completely, that wallet at least, is empty. It's at zero. It's very possible that what is happening is exactly what Elon Musk was asking for. So I think it's very important that people at least consider that might be it, and consider the fact that this may be a once in a lifetime opportunity to get back in at a lower price than we've seen in a week plus. Again, just remember, this is not financial advice. I'm not a financial planner or accountant or anything along those lines. I do have a finance degree from Texas Christian University, so I'm comfortable, obviously, talking about all these kind of things. But I do want you to know that you certainly need to seek professional money managers, that type of thing, and do your own research. And I will normally talk in the context of what I would do and what I'm thinking about doing, and my interpretation of what's going on. So yeah, we're gonna go to the comments. Let's see who's on, and then we will dive in more here. So, hey, Damien, all cryptos are down, not just Doge. Yes, you're right. I mean, Ethereum is down. Ethereum, as I mentioned earlier, was actually doing pretty good. It looked like it was rallying. It actually reached an all-time high. And you're right that it's not all crypto, that it's not just Doge. I think there's some things that, since I'm somewhat focused on Doge, that I've, laser focused some on it. It's very possible that some of the same kind of things that it looks like is happening to Doge is happening to Bitcoin and Ethereum. I think we know from looking at this early in the week that, and over the weekend, although Bitcoin and Ethereum and some of the other, or most of the other cryptos were tanking, that Dogecoin was maintaining about a 6% increase. But I think over the last several days, it's become, or many of us have become aware of the activities of these so-called whales. And they're, like I showed last night, there's a way to get some insight into what they're doing. We can then only presume the reasons why. Again, I think the key is going to be, unless you just want to get out, which again, that's someone's personal prerogative. If you, if you still think that this is something for the long haul, and I just heard today, it's not something that's substantiated, but I am going to pull up the article here in a minute. You're hearing more and more, I'm hearing more and more, that Jeff Bezos is, possibly going to get into Dogecoin. Not only that Amazon may, start accepting it as a form of payment, but that Jeff Bezos may personally invest in Dogecoin. There's nothing that I can find that's coming from him, so it's only speculation at this point in time, so keep that in mind. But I do believe, and I'd love to hear what you guys think, I do believe that would probably be a massive catalyst There are many that are saying that it would likely get up to $1. So now, if you believe all of those kind of things, now is definitely seemingly a good opportunity to get in. It's funny because I tweeted earlier today that I had a limit buy order on Robinhood for 26 cents, and I was this close to canceling it and putting it in at 27 or so, because yesterday it kept hovering 27, 28, whatever. And I even went on Twitter and said, hey, I had a limit order to buy at 26, and it went down to 26, and one of the whales got their stock. I'm not their stock, their coins at 26, but my order did not get executed. Now, later in the day, even when I wasn't looking at it, it did get executed, and obviously I missed that by 6 cents. It's actually been down as low as 18. I could have got, for the same money, could have gotten more, and at 18 cents instead of 26. But that's the way it goes, right? I could have also bought Ethereum at 2,300, thinking that was a good deal because it was on its way up. But now it's at 2,100, I think. So you kind of have to make some of these decisions, knowing that obviously things can change. And if you're in it for the long haul, and like most things, know that it's going to make its way back up, then it just becomes a matter of patience. So on a much more positive note, I want to bring up a article that's actually really cool. And it says, I just became a Dogecoin millionaire. This 33-year-old invested his savings in the meme currency with inspiration from Elon Musk. I won't read this whole thing. And it says that he became a millionaire. I don't know if he actually cashed in. I don't know if he took profit. I don't know how much he got. I mean, I guess the math, we know how, so we could do the math. But it says here, after learning about the meme cryptocurrency on Reddit, Contesto says he invested over $180,000 in Dogecoin on February 5th when it was priced at about 4.5 cents. It says he was intrigued by Dogecoin for a few reasons. For one, he loved Reddit community surrounded around the digital coin, as its base had grown substantially since Dogecoin's creation as a joke in 2013. And if he's talking about the primary Dogecoin subreddit, that's got 1.5 million members in it now. It has certainly grown. It says, and he also appreciated that it was inspired by a Shiba Inu Doge meme. And like many holders of Dogecoin, as a reason why I put my savings into Dogecoin is Elon Musk, who has repeatedly tweeted about the currency. So here's the interesting part. Says he didn't have a disposable income to buy Dogecoin, so he took a huge risk. Not only did he use all his savings, but he also sold all the stock he owned, including shares in Tesla and Uber, and invested on margin. I would definitely not suggest that. I'm glad that he's a millionaire now, but me personally, I will never invest in with margin, but to each their own. But by borrowing money from Robinhood via the app, he says his friends were critical of the meme cryptocurrency and warned him to be careful. Let's see. I'm not going to read through all the skeptical stuff. It is still, tomorrow, I'm sure in the news, both the physical news, the news on the internet, all of that, they're just going to have a heyday. If it stays at 20 or ends up, in the morning when the stock market opens or so, when all the reporters and everybody's getting all their stuff together, if it's 18, 17, something like that, they're going to have a heyday, I would imagine. But I think it's just time to hold and consider this a dip and potentially buy more if you have disposable income. About 2 months later, on the night of April 15th, the price of Dogecoin began to surge, and that was the day after Coinbase went public. That week, Dogecoin spiked 400%, and on April 16th, it defied odds as it hit a market capitalization of $49 billion. It had been as high as 52, actually. Some speculate, who knows? I don't really, it's possible that it was some of that quote-unquote spike was related to the Coinbase public offering, but as we know, Dogecoin is not on the Coinbase exchange right now, so it could have had some effect on it nonetheless. The next day, under his username I used to call Doji, he wrote, "Hey guys, I just became a Dogecoin millionaire," and attached a screenshot of his Dogecoin holdings on Robinhood, showing a balance of $1,081,441.29. Anyway, it's a cool story. I'm super happy for him. I think that's great. Given today situation, if he didn't cash any of that in or take some profits, he's probably not a millionaire anymore. But if he holds, he will again. Hey, Alexander. Yeah, scary times. It's hard to know. We need nerves of steel. It's hard to know what is actually causing all of this to happen or what all of the factors are. I think, again, and I'm going to get into this a little bit deeper in a minute, I think the activities of the whales are causing some of this, and is upset as some other YouTubers that are covering Dogecoin seem to be, and actually calling them out and things like that. It's very possible that they're actually doing exactly what Elon Musk, for example, was hoping they would. I don't know. It's hard to know exactly what's going on, like I said, because if you look at the actual data, some really silly things are happening where someone's literally buying one Dogecoin, turning right around and selling it, buying 40 Dogecoin, turning right around and selling it, buying or selling a million and then turning right back around and buying it. So those little bitty transactions, I have no idea what their purpose is. The bigger ones, I'm going to show you in a minute. I think that it could be that they're taking profit and also programmatically, in a sense, driving the price down. Not to, again, I like to think the best of things, not to, quote unquote, rip people off or to scare people. Maybe they're trying to bring it down so that everyone, can get back in and ride it back up to another wave. Maybe they know of or have good reason to believe that some catalysts are on the way. You could think of this in a positive way or a negative way, or take some type of a middle position. I think the reality is that none of us know. If you have some inside information, I certainly want to hear about it, and we'll talk about it. I'm holding, just got 250 more. Yeah, just average down to 28. Yeah, I'm probably going to get in, get more. I'm in, but I'm probably going to get more as well. I don't see yet any indication, honestly, that it's just going to return to 5 and stay there for the next 3 years. I still think that, all things being equal, if these whales weren't doing some of the things that they're doing, I think things would be different, but I just see it as a buying opportunity. I'm saying the same thing I did last night, except last night the buying opportunity looked like it was more at the 20 29.30, and most of the day it looked like that was the case. And then, I think it was about, I'll have to look at the graph or the chart here again in a minute, but I think it was somewhere around 6 p.m. Central Standard Time or whatever that things kind of, started working their way down even more. I sold at 26 and bought more at 17. Hey, way to go. Awesome. Way to play it. See, it's an opportunity to get more coins. I do as well. I'm all in. It's just money, right? Laugh out loud. Yes. It's you only it's funny and it's not, right? You only sell if you lose. I mean, you only lose if you sell. So JG, it's best of both worlds. I think it is as well. I mean, it's not good for those that sold and that panicked, if you will, or those and didn't get back in and just said, okay, the heck with it, and took a loss, or those that have just been on the peripheral of all this, and that they've seen a bunch of people talk about it and they thought it was going to be a quick buck, and then when it didn't turn out to be a quick buck, they're like, okay, I'm going to get out before I lose a bunch more money or whatever. So those are unfortunately people that were likely considerably uninformed, right? Not doing any of their own research, not looking to it at all. And as much as I hate the fact that they lost money, and I don't even know how many people there are out there like that, right? I'm hoping that that the majority of people see exactly what we're talking about, that it's an opportunity. If you have the money to buy more, it's an opportunity to sell what you have and get more at a lower price. So these whales obviously have something in mind. Again, one of them went completely to zero, and even as of yet right now they don't have any more. Maybe they're waiting. Again, maybe it's a coordinated effort. Maybe they're going to get back in, but with less, ultimately with fewer coins at, who knows where it's going to go. 15. So I don't know. I should have 17 instead of 19. Well, you never know. I mean, you never know. I don't think it's gone as low as 17 yet today. I think it went to 18, but it may have gone as low as that. But it's just a few pennies, right? Big spike going up. It's big compared to where it's been. So it's I don't even I'm not a big, and it's no surprise to anyone that's been joining this channel, and maybe that's what I'm about to say, maybe that will change over time. I'm not a big technical analyst at this point in time, and but I really wonder, given all of the things that are going on right now, I really wonder how useful technical analysis would be. Now, I'm not saying you can't still use it, but there's a lot of factors that are happening that don't explain normal behavior. I know enough about statistical analysis and forecasting and all of those kind of things that you remove outliers if you're going to do if you're going to apply mathematical models to data and try to make forecasts and all those kinds of things. You try to identify the outliers and you remove them. And so unless these whales have been doing this kind of thing for years and we just didn't know about it, right? Or for the last month, 2 months, 3 months, unless they've been doing it this whole time, then a lot of what's happening right now, you can certainly argue are outliers, and it's fine either way, right? I mean, here's the reality, I think, and again, I could be wrong, and I'm only sharing an opinion, and I'm willing to either be, I'm willing to accept other opinions. I'm willing to accept the fact that I may change mine over time. But again, since this is a meme kind of cryptocurrency, and since it in many ways rises or falls based upon the interest level of the collective, if I can use that term, then a lot of its ups and downs has to do with those that are involved in either buying it or selling it. But by the Ethereum dip, yes, I'm going to pull it up for a minute. Actually, let me pull it up because I had it up earlier. If you guys don't mind, I do, as much as I love Dogecoin, I do think, because we've talked about it before, I do think that you want to diversify. And it's been, do I have the, I'm going to pull up the 30-minute just so that we don't have to look at so much data. But yeah, I mean, it's at around 22 right now. But it was as low as, that's the 20th. So 22nd. Yeah. I think right now it's the lowest it's been. Most of the day. But it's also been today's high, as you can see, or you may not be able to see because I know the screen may be small, but it's been as high as 26.46, which is a new high, I'm pretty sure. Yes, it is. It's a 52-week high. And so you're looking at about a $400 dip there. Now, if we look at Bitcoin, look at it as well, and it's been as low as 49, and it was high as 64. Again, unless you think, maybe to a lesser extent because you can't get as much of it, but there's potentially a lot of upside in Bitcoin as well. And also, I'm honestly thinking heavily about this, unless we believe that the crypto market as a whole is going to cease to exist, or that there's going to be government regulations so stringent that what we know today will not exist in the future. I believe that people are probably right that Bitcoin will go to 200,000 one day. I'm not saying tomorrow. I'm not saying this year. I'm not saying even next year, but 2023, 2024, it's very possible. And so even if you had a fraction of a share, that's a pretty nice increase. So I agree with the sentiment on Ethereum. I think it's very likely. You just have to be willing to let it work its way back up there over time. It may take a while. It went down to 15.9. Okay, well that's that would have been a really good point. That would have been a really good point to get in for sure. But I do want to say, because we got a good crowd tonight so far, I want to thank everybody for joining. We got started a little bit earlier, so that means we can go a little bit longer, and certainly enjoy you guys interacting. So I want to pull up I've got another article that I wanted to, let's go into the whale data, if you will. I'm going to refresh it here real quick before I pull it up, and want to kind of walk through some of this and show you what seems to be pretty interesting to me. All right, here we go. So, let me look at which one it is, because I want to 5JPP. I want to show you one thing before I show you this, because I think this is also very interesting. 5JPP. I want to make sure I go back to that particular one and look at it. If we go to the rich list, as it's called, and going to put this in the comments real quick, so you guys hang tight, or the link in the chat. So this is a pretty interesting breakdown right here. I'm not going to really focus on this so much, because I think this next one is more telling. This is the top 100 richest Dogecoin addresses, and it is from the most percent all the way down. First thing that's interesting, the wallet with the most. This is crazy, right? If I'm reading this right, 36 trillion. Now, I don't even understand how that's true because I read other things that's saying that there's only X billion in circulation. I don't really know, but I gotta believe this is accurate. So that's 38 or 36 trillion Doge worth, basically, if they were to sell it all right now, worth $7 trillion. That's crazy. Now, hope this actually spurs a lot of comments. I'll get back to the comments here in just a second. The interesting thing is first out, which means, I guess, Dogecoin going out of their wallet, last out or last in and first in. You can see that there was a little bit coming in to their wallet today. Nothing going out, except on the 12th of this month. But let's look at this one for a minute. So this is the top dog, as they say, right? So look at this. I don't even know why. Why would this be the case? And it was much earlier yesterday, not even today, the 21st. They bought one Doge. They bought 1.86 Doge, 4.2, 6.06, 100, 50, 11, 694. What's going on there unless they just like to say that they're buying? Let's find here where, and that was on the 12th that we were talking about, they sold 100 million worth $7 million. So, and then for the most part, after that, not any significant activity when you compare it to some of the other whales. So we're going to go back now. Just wanted to show you, give you a brief view of what the top person is doing. Now I want to go to that one that we were in earlier. I need to try to remember which one it was. Or, well, no, let me show you one other thing first. So again, this first in, last in, or first out, last out gives you some idea, and then you see how many transactions, right? So there's been a lot of activity here. It almost matches. In other words, almost as many Dogecoin transaction-wise coming in as going out. And I think you'll see in a minute where this would indicate to me they're literally buying the same quantity that they're selling just a few minutes later, or vice versa. So it's really interesting. Down here you got 50,000, not near as much, but almost as many ins and outs. A lot of these others, right? Although they're this one's got 1.5 or 1.15%, but not really a lot of activity at all. 7 transactions total. 259, 258 ins and outs. 200,000 almost on this one right here. On the 21st and some on the 22nd. So that's, quite a few transactions, and that's over the last couple of days. Keep going down here. 50,000, not so many transactions, and not within our immediate time frame. Have to go down here quite a bit to find another big one. And I want to try to pull, here's the one that I had up earlier, JPP. Not necessarily a lot of transactions, but been pretty active today. So let's drill back down into this. So here's what I think is interesting, and I'll start at the top, the most recent, but it's a pattern that has been going on for a good amount of time. And this almost matches up exactly with the price that it is right now. Okay, so they they prior to the buying, they sold. Not quite. Well, here's the one where it's exactly the same, right? Literally exactly the same. They first purchased 4 million Dogecoin, and then not too many minutes after, they literally sold the same amount for the same amount. So they bought and sold for the same. So I don't know why the let's see if they say that the dollars, yeah, literally the dollars, obviously they should match. So the amount of money, so that was a complete wash. So why would they do that, right? Let's talk about that in a minute. And you guys keep the comments coming. If they are, I can't see them right now, but I'm going to go back to them. I want to try to continue with my train of thought, if that's okay. Here again, exact same thing. 3 million purchased, and then turn right around and sell 3 million. Same exact price, selling and buying. If you notice anything, and I won't look at a lot of these the same, look at the pattern of this price going down, right? So I'm guessing that it would seem like that they maybe are doing this intentionally to drive the price down. And this is only one whale. It's honestly too much effort. I don't want to do it, at least to look at 5 others and see, try to correlate them and all of that. But I would not be surprised if there's not some kind of coordinated effort to maybe like one of the other whales. It's at 0 now, and I'll show you that one at least because I saved that one as a bookmark, if you will, or favorite. Maybe they all, again, and then I'm going to stop basically repeating myself. Maybe there's a consortium, if you will, of these whales that are liquidating, trying to get their profit out, but at the same time, in essence, redistribute this where the common man, quote unquote, if you will, can get in. So I'll show you one other thing, and then I'm going to get back to the comments. Here is the number 3 whale, the third one down on the list, basically. And unless things have changed, which they have, look at this. Wow, this has changed just in the since I looked at it last, right? At 1924. So at I don't know which time zone this is in, but that's 12 plus 19. What is that? Whatever. This evening they had zeroed out. They were zeroed out. Had none. Now they've went and bought 17 million, and then they bought another 1.5 million. So it's really interesting. You guys are not seeing this. I'm sorry. You guys have not been seeing this. So I apologize. Let me go over this again real quick. And you've probably been commenting that you haven't. This was the number 3 whale at 1924 tonight. And then I'll go back to the other one since I was talking and thought the screen was up. They had zeroed out. Now they bought 17 million and then another 1.5 million. Let me go back to that other screen just real quick, since I was talking about it and didn't realize that you guys were not able to see it. So here we go. What I was saying, here they bought 4 million. They sold exactly the same amount, 4 million at exactly the same. They bought it. They sold it at the same price that they bought it. This pattern repeats itself earlier in the day, numerous times over and over again. So, really interesting. I have sent you the link though, so you guys can look at that on your own as well. Yep, I know. Sorry about that. It's like being on a Zoom call when you thought you were sharing your screen and you weren't. So, so sorry about that. Yep. So his price is averaging. Yes. So I mean, they're with the large number of coins that they have, they can basically have the effect of driving down the price, and I think they're also liquidating, in some cases, a portion of their portfolio. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they're making room for some other people. This is a good time to get your average lower, guys. Yes, I agree, Damien. Totally agree. Yeah, it was 22. Now it's at 19, so it's hard to even know. Again, there are a lot of ways that you could do this, but I highly recommend that I think I would, if you've got a desktop computer of some sort or a laptop, you might want to get the Webull desktop app, even if you don't use it to trade, because it allows you to kind of literally watch. And you can set it in a 1 minute chart, a 5-minute chart, 30-minute chart, 1 hour chart, depending on how often you want to see that candlestick, or what kind of unit, if you want to think of it that way, that the candlestick is expressed in. And I find it really helpful. Yeah, I'm sorry, Damien. I discovered that, unfortunately, but you guys got to see it, right? When I pulled it back up, this switching back and forth between a couple of screens is dangerous, if you will, at times. Wanted to show y'all something else as well. And I'm going to make sure that you see the screen this time. You should see the screen. A lot of people talk about Dogecoin, and they're like, it's not like Bitcoin. And of course, my first thought is, no, duh. We know that already. Bitcoin's a store of value. Dogecoin was really not ever intended to be definitely not a store of value. Yes, it was created as a joke, as we keep hearing, but structurally, since it has turned into something more than a joke, obviously, it has real utility as a really good alternative to, the dollar. I'll use the dollar as the example since I live here in the United States, but it has a really good way of being, in essence, an alternative to the dollar. So Dogecoin could turn into a real currency to spend rather than hoard. So, it's interesting because you see all of these articles on Yahoo Finance, Barron's, Market, all these different places, and, they'll do their best to say something good about Dogecoin, and then they'll basically, in the same breath, discount it because it's not a fixed supply like Bitcoin is. And the interesting thing, and I'll get it, I think it's actually in this article as well, but I believe it's 21 million or whatever it is of Bitcoin. But by 2040, I think it is, there will be no more mining of Bitcoin. So, I guess these companies that have spent millions and millions of dollars in mining hardware, they're going to have to move on to some of the other cryptos, and they're probably already doing some of those, because the Bitcoin will not be mineable anymore unless they, for some reason, change it. And that's why that, many believe that it's going to, one of these days, reach 200,000. So Dogecoin has a steady inflationary supply, which makes it ideal for usage as a currency. And, if you think about it, that's what a lot of people want it for. I think many of us want it more for an investment, but a lot of people seem to want it as a way to buy and sell things. So, that's exactly, with the structure of Dogecoin, it's set up perfectly for that. So Dogecoin could actually turn into a usable currency for one simple reason. It is designed to increase its supply at an absolute rate. This guarantees that for a long time the supply will increase at a fairly steady rate. And you'll see here in a minute the graphs. It actually, and it's way beyond, I think, most of our lifetimes, but it gets to the point where it's, almost negligible. But as a result, the supply is considered inflationary, not deflationary like Bitcoin. For example, there are now 128 billion Dogecoin in circulation. Now, here's the part where, let me see. Okay, well, this was written in the February 8th. And again, we just saw in that screen that one of the whales supposedly had 1 trillion. So I don't know what they consider circulation and what's not considered circulation, quote unquote. But anyway, the rate of increase in the number of Dogecoin once mined is no more than 5 billion per year. And that's 5 billion Dogecoin per year. So obviously it also depends on the price. I guess you could say the average price for the year of the Dogecoin to put a dollar amount on that. And honestly, in the world of, that we live in, money and that type of thing, even if it was 5 billion, it's not necessarily a whole heck of a lot. But anyway, Bitcoin, as well as many other altcoins, has a hard cap on the number of crypto coins they will allow. Dogecoin, as we know, is the opposite. For example, as I was mentioning, by 2040, there will be no more Bitcoin able to be mined. As a result, this will encourage excessive hoarding of the supply of Bitcoins. I mean, I honestly think if I could be invested in Dogecoin and some other things, it would be amazing to own a one complete Bitcoin and then watch it, 4 times that. It will push Bitcoin price, but reduce the actual trading volume of Bitcoins, deflating the float available. I mean, and I also really wonder, once it's at 200,000, let's assume it gets there, who's going to want to spend it, right? Until they're ready to just kind of cash out for good. But anyway, on the other hand, by allowing 5 billion Dogecoins per year to increase the supply of Dogecoins for infinity, the supply will grow, but eventually reach a practical limit. Therefore, we can calculate the inflation rate of the currency over time. I'm going to put this link here in just a minute into the chat. That way you could go back to it later, because I'm not going to literally go through all of this, but this chart or this picture kind of gives you an idea of the Dogecoin, going up, and then this gain right here kind of going down like this. And let me pull up the other one as well. So this is your yearly inflation. So you can see that, and that's not really that much inflation. I mean, 3%, especially if the price of the Dogecoin is actually appreciating. For the investor especially, it's not going to be that big a deal. So this is, progressively going down as far as the inflation. So it goes way out to 2050. So, how long am I going to be here? I hope till 2040 maybe or so. Not sure. That would only be 20 more years. So no, I hope it's longer than that. Anyway, thought this article was helpful. So I wanted to bring it up or bring it out. And I'm going to put this in the chat. What would you do if you had that much money? Which amount are you talking about? The 17 million or whatever it would be? There'd be a lot of things that I would do with that money. But, I would get out of debt for one, because I think that also allows you to do other things. I think that allows you to be more generous. I would spend more time with with the nonprofit that I'm already involved in, be able to give them some resources that we may not have. For example, more of my time, more of my resources, be able to spend more time trying to bring others into the fold. I would do that. So obviously spend a lot more time with my family, less time with at least traditional work, and hopefully we would do more as a family during the day that you're otherwise spending working. So I think that would be amazing. I'm not looking to retire as such. Just would like to, like most of us, dive headfirst into those things that I'm passionate about. And I think when people have the time to actually dive into their passions, they may even find that over time they, progress from one passion, let's say, to another. And, that kind of ebbs and flows. I would give more. I've said in the past, and I hope it would be true of me, and I hope it would be true in a good sense for me. I believe that money, more money, in other words, coming to the hands of someone only amplifies, this is a broad statement, but I think it's generally true, only amplifies the attributes that person already has, right? So if you are in heart and mind, and to the extent that you can, physically generous with money, resources, time, all of that, then with more money, that all of that should only increase, which means many more people benefit. Now, the opposite arguably would be true as well. If you're less generous and more, more, I guess, interested in doing things for yourself, then you're going to have more cars, more houses. Nothing wrong with any of those. And if you get more money, you might have, instead of one house, you still might have two. Again, nothing wrong with it. It's all about balance, proportion, and just doing more of what you already do, so. Yep, that's the link. Okay. Yes, I agree, Sean. I mean, Dogecoin's back down to hitting 17. It's switching back and forth between a low or a high 17 and a low 18. It would really be interesting to be able to have almost like a candlestick chart where you could look at the inflows and outflows of the whales. That would be something that would be really cool, actually for a serious investor. And who knows, the investors that are doing this on a daily basis and maybe making millions and millions of dollars, there's probably tools that can do that, because all of that information honestly is freely available. If you know how to do programming, you can get that blockchain information and look at it and all that kind of stuff. And so that would be really interesting if someone could do this. So I agree, Ethereum and Bitcoin both. I've not looked so much today at Cardano and XRP, but they don't swing near as much as Ethereum and Bitcoin have, at least over the last couple of days. And Dogecoin obviously has also been, arguably volatile. It has kind of gone sideways, but at a number of ranges, right? So it went sideways for quite a while at the 30, 31. It kind of was sideways for a while at 27 or so. So it's kind of taken these incremental drops and then maintained in that area for a while. And I think a lot of that's explained again by these patterns that the whales are putting out there. I've got to believe that they've got a bot, call it whatever you want, programs that are automatically executing these orders for them, would be my guess. Any idea why the market is down so bad? I have one and I was going to pull up this article, so I'm glad you asked that, Sean. I didn't put it down on my notes, but you may or may not have heard that, and let me know if you have. You may or may not have heard, but President Joe Biden, has said that he's going to recommend that the long-term capital gains tax basically be doubled, almost double, 38% or something like that, I believe, for the quote-unquote richest. So if you earn over $1 million, then 38%, and if you're in California or New York, because there's state taxes and some other things, it would basically be the equivalent of 50%, which, if you're under $1 million, it wouldn't impact you in one sense, but it's going to impact you in another, right? Because the stock market, that would just devastate the stock market, at least for those that are trying to buy and hold and take larger, appreciation and bigger gains, and then sell it, sometime after that 2 year or 1 year period. That kind of activity will probably just disappear, which means even for the smaller investor, the stock market may not be near as dynamic. It may not work so well. Now, there would probably still be day trading. I'm not suggesting that the stock market's going to go away, that equities are not going to be a thing anymore, but I think it would definitely change up the way that people invested in the stock market. It would probably drive more people to real estate again that maybe otherwise had never been in it or decided to get out of it, and do more equities. But I think Joe Biden's announcement was a big part of it. Not only that, and I'm not going to get into the political aspects of this because I just don't want to. Let's just talk about it purely in real terms, financial terms, that type of thing. There are apparently some of the Democrats, and that's just what they happen to be, right? Whether that's in the House or the Senate, I don't know or remember, that want to not only agree with Joe Biden with regards to long-term capital gains, they want to actually take it incrementally out, and before the year's over. And I guess I don't know, but I guess they would, if you decided to sell it before then, I don't know what would happen, but in other words, they want the money even sooner. So again, in my mind, this is truly. I said I didn't want to make this political, and I'm not, but I mean, it's almost like that becomes socialism. So I'm definitely not for that. I think our economy in general thrives when you get to keep more of your money than when you have to give more of it to the government, right? That the whole, and many of us, I'm sure, feel that way, when you get into cryptocurrencies, not only because it is the best asset in the world with regards to return. There's nothing that even compares with return, but many people also get into cryptocurrency because they believe in the idea behind it, the decentralization of it, the removing of the middleman, not only the commercial middlemen, processing companies, banks, all that, but also the government, at times removing them, not because you want to be secretive, but because you want to protect your money. You want, if you can put it in something like Bitcoin, then, obviously if the United States wants to print more money, then, they can do it. But if a large portion of your money's in Bitcoin instead of actual hard currency, then you've got a hedge against that inflation. So Sean, that's what I know, at least. Again, I've been heads down on a lot of other things today, so I've not been able to watch a lot of news, but I did watch or hear that this morning, and I think it's a big part of it. Yeah, Kevin, hindsight's 20/20, as they say. I wish I had bought, well, for me, you always live and learn. I wish I had never sold at 19. My dollar cost average was at, I think about 7 cents. I should have just put more in. And I think this is an okay strategy. Again, it just didn't work out for me because timing wise, but I had some more that I could have just put in. I should have just put in more instead of trying to use what was already there, make the profits, get more, without having to take any more money from an external source. But again, hindsight's 2020. I hold to what I said last night. I'm still okay with all of this because I have a long view, so I treat this as an opportunity. It's at 19 now. It's been lower than that. So, tonight may be a good time to increase your holdings if you have the ability to do so. Hey, Shebel. Hey, thanks for joining. I think you may be new to the live stream. We've got some regulars, quote unquote, now, but hoping to have obviously a lot more people come join us. I think we have a good time, good dialogue. So thanks for joining. So yours was at 6. Oh, you're still 6 figures up profit, but geez. So when you say you're an idiot, what do you mean? Are you saying you should have bought more? But you joined, and I think unless you've just not said anything, I highlighted a link here a few minutes ago. We pulled up an article where a guy basically became a millionaire. Now that was back in April, about April 15th. I don't know if he cashed out or if he is still holding on, so he may not be a millionaire anymore at this time, at least, if he's holding on. Or if he's holding on, but if he does continue to hold, he'll just have even more. But thanks for joining. I hope you'll hit the like button if you haven't, and subscribe would be amazing. Turn on notifications, all those things that us YouTubers hope for. Just as a side note, if I can real quick, if you don't have Robinhood or Webull and you're interested in either one of those platforms, I do have a link in the description. It would help me a little bit, but it doesn't cost you anything more. Obviously, you still get the deal where you get on Robinhood. I think it's up to 3 stocks for a value up to $500, and on Webull right now it's 2 stocks that could be valued up to $1,850, 50 or $1,850. As I mentioned before, I haven't bought anything on Webull yet. Actually, I'll talk about this again in a minute briefly, but Robinhood, I'll be honest with you, has a better buying power structure than Webull does, at least for cryptocurrency. With cryptocurrency on Webull, it literally has to be cash, that's actually cash. In other words, money that has settled, quote unquote. With Robinhood, you transfer $1,000 in from the bank, you get all 1,000 of that available in buying power literally the second that you hit the button. With Webull, you don't get it for 5 days. And also, if you sold some cryptocurrency or some stock for that matter in your Webull account, that also has to settle 3 days, whatever it is, until you can use that to buy cryptocurrency. So that's a big bummer for me. Hopefully it drops to 15 again, laugh out loud, but I feel you, hindsight always wins. Yep. Hey, thanks, my friend. I'm glad you like it. We actually really only got started talking about this about 12 days ago. Hit a nerve. Much more interest. I got interested in Dogecoin, and I'm not just riding a wave. Some YouTubers just ride a wave, whatever's hot for the time. But I'm invested in Dogecoin. I've already had some of my own bad experiences or bad decisions, if you will. So I've learned from my mistakes as well, and but we're glad to be here and glad you're here. I would ask one other favor. If it's something you're interested in doing, I just put on my overlay, if you will, for a minute. If you guys, and I know many of you already have, if you follow me on Twitter, that would be amazing. My Twitter is at Shane Trammel, and that my name is up there in the top right. That's little logos there for Instagram. You could certainly follow me there as well. But Twitter, I've found for Dogecoin and things like it, it's really quick. There's a lot of action going on there, and my channel, I think, has grown significantly just through Twitter. So I'm trying to build my connections there as well. My role, as I see it, is just to bring value and entertainment to the best of my ability. So that's what I'm trying to do. You got back in and averaged up to 29. Bought more tonight. Yep. Similar story to mine. I sold at 19. I sold everything and the intent was to basically use the profit to get more. I was on a path to try to get 50,000 at least. That was my goal, and so in the end, I didn't lose any money, but I pretty much screwed up that goal, and I'm not where I wanted to be as far as the number of coins. But my average is about 32 right now. So I think I may try to get some more if it hits 15 or 16 or something like that. I'm curious if you guys would tell me how you approach it. Again, like I'd mentioned earlier, I use limit orders, at least on Robinhood. I think that's a little safer sometimes. Limit buy, limit sell to try to lock in. Of course, it could obviously go even lower or go higher depending on whether you're buying or selling. But I tend to use that, and I did not think that my order for a limit order to buy more Dogecoin at 26, I didn't think it was going to. I didn't think that was going to happen. Little did I know that the whales weren't finished with doing whatever they're doing, which I'm actually okay with what they're doing. It's bringing a buying opportunity. Sitting at 350, dude, man, that's awesome. One of our friends on last night, I think, had about 250, so that's amazing. How I'm curious when you started your accumulation, but that's great. Yeah, I want to move positions over to Webull as well. Honestly, I do want to use the platform. I like their tools and all of that. I guess it becomes less of a problem if you keep enough cash in there. Maybe they will improve their buying power type thing, but I don't know. CJ, hey, thanks for joining. Getting to your comments. Wow, predictions. First of all, it's I'm not a financial advisor, right? So let's just get that out of the way. And you obviously need to make up your own mind and decisions. One of the things that I've been talking about earlier in the live stream is these whales and the activity that they've got going on. It's hard to know if they're going to continue with their activity. They could conceivably drive the price down even more. I mean, with some of these whales having, literally billions of coins and hundreds of millions and even billions of dollars. They the biggest one that has 28%, they may be waiting. It may even be a coordinated effort. They may be waiting until the smaller whales have done all they can do, and then the one with 28% is going to start maybe selling some of theirs. So, you think about it, they could drive it all the way back down to probably 5. Why not? Right? I mean, why? Who says they couldn't drive it all the way back down to 5? I don't know if that's their intent. I have no idea. That would reset everything, right? It would give all kinds of people opportunity to get back in. Here's what I don't know, though, is let's say they do that. What's to keep them from doing that again, right? Are they trying to keep it from ever reaching $1? The hard part is knowing what is in their mind. What are they? What are their goals? So that also makes it hard to decide maybe when to take profit or when to say, I'm done with this, I'm moving on to the next thing. I don't know. So, but I'm going to say that if it were me, and when I shut down the stream, because it's easier for me to do it at that point, when I do a little bit more analysis, I will probably be setting up another limit buy, and maybe at 17. Depends on what happens tonight, right? Depends on how it progresses. I woke up this morning, and I'm in the U.S., of course. Woke up this morning, and it was I think in the 20s at that point. 20, roughly 21, something along those lines. So, but if you want to buy, then that's hard too, because if I say, well, go ahead and buy right now, and if it goes down to 5, then that's really going to be bad. So, what I would suggest, though, is if you want in, then you either wait for it to go down possibly a little bit more, or you buy some now so that you're in. Maybe don't put all the money in that you would put into it, and wait and see. If it starts going down more, then you can buy more, or spend the rest of your money buying at a dip, and then dollar cost average. That's always going to be something that you strategically are probably going to have to do anyway. A lot of people don't want to day trade, quote unquote, and I don't either. But if you want to optimize your dollar cost average, you are going to have to obviously look at look at what the market's doing, probably more than once a day. But anyway, CJ, is this your first time to be on the live stream? And I apologize if I don't remember your name from previous live streams, but I want to welcome you. Thanks for coming. Hope you'll subscribe if you haven't, but I'm going to assume also that you came over from Twitter. Yeah, I know it's hard. It's hard to know when to get in. I'm with you, man. Hey, congratulations on the recovery, my friend. I am actually, I was talking about nonprofits, and some of the regulars know a little bit because it came up one way or another a few nights ago, but I'm the president for our county for our substance abuse council, if you will. So, that's a big passion of mine to, not only work in prevention, but education and recovery, all aspects of that. It's something that I'm, very passionate about, and I want to congratulate you for 89 days, and I'm sure it's going to, you come back every night, literally, and I'll encourage you every night. But we've been going live now for 93 nights. Haven't been talking about Dogecoin that whole time, but we started going live. But literally, it tracks with the first day that Joe Biden was inaugurated as president. It just happened to be the day that it popped in my head, I'm going to go live for 100 days straight. But congratulations on that. That's awesome. That's amazing. And looking forward to hearing more of your more of your story as you continue to, walk in recovery. That's great. So I'm reading the rest of your comment too. My daughter, I talked about this a little bit last night, but my daughter also, younger daughter also wanted to, get $10 worth. So we talked through and did the math. She first said she wanted $5 worth, and I walked her through, a presumptive, price to buy in and a presumptive price to sell it. Let's say at some point, and she told me what to do, what to add, subtract, all the things. I just use my phone, but she told me what all to do, and she's like, well, that's, it was going to be $8 profit, I think. And she's like, that's not very much. And so I'm like, well, you can put more money in. And so she settled on $10. But hey, CJ, I appreciate it, my friend. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for coming. Just scrolling through YouTube. That's cool. I love it when people find me on YouTube as well. We're steadily growing. I won't spend much time on this, but we're so close to 500 subscribers, which is about half. We're about halfway to the goal that we want to be at, which is 1,000. But slowly and surely we're getting there, and every one of you that are on tonight is helping. So what I want to do, if you guys don't mind, we've lost a couple of people. I'm going to let's go to Twitter, if you guys don't mind, and just kind of see what's trending there for one. And then I've found that normally I can drum up a little bit more activity by posting real quick. Guys, let me know what you think about the music. It's pretty faint right now, I know, but let's go on over here to Twitter. I also saw today, and I'm going to put that link in the description. Gary Vaynerchuk, if you haven't heard of him, you need to go check him out. Look him up. Today, I think he just commented HODL, HODL, for hold on for dear life, or he commented hold. And I'm pretty sure he meant that generically for probably a number of cryptocurrencies, right? Because they've all kind of had their problems today. But he put out a really good article on how to make a cryptocurrency or NFT wallet. I thought it was really good, and I will put a link in the chat and in the comments once the live stream is over, so you guys can go check that out. But so we've got Twitter up here. I'm first just gonna tweet out that I'm live. I mean, I've already done that once, but maybe we can get some people to come on over. I think I'm just going to go latest because the top ones have been the top ones for most of the day. Stephen Steele, live crypto show. Okay. I haven't seen much from, now that 420 is over, I haven't seen much from some of these, companies like Slim Jim and others. But let's see what they're saying here. Okay, but seriously, who would also use Coinbase if they listed Dogecoin? I probably would. We talked about this last night. I'm curious what you guys think. Do you think that that Coinbase listing Dogecoin would be a catalyst for Dogecoin? I think it would. It's hard to know exactly how much of a catalyst it would be, but I think it would be. There are probably a number of people that maybe are loyal Coinbase users that just don't want to mess with Robinhood or something else, and so they're just waiting. So presumably, I mean, we like to talk about possible catalysts, so let's talk about catalysts for a minute. And we've already talked about some of them, but obviously a tweet from Elon Musk is always a catalyst, something positive about Dogecoin. Even hints, he doesn't even have to use the word Dogecoin, and people kind of interpret what he's trying to say, and sometimes he's probably intentionally somewhat discreet about it or abstract about it. We've already talked about this as well, but what if Jeff Bezos either makes it known that he's invested in Dogecoin, and or Amazon as a company announces that they will accept Dogecoin for payment for goods and services. You may or may not know, we mentioned it last night, Newegg, online retailer, is now accepting Dogecoin through BitPay. The Houston Rockets, the owner of Houston Rockets owns Landry's, and he also owns a college-age baseball team. They're accepting Dogecoin. We know the Mavericks are. So it is gaining traction. And then other more obscure things like domain services. You may or may not know about this either. We talked about this last night, so go watch last night's episode. We talked about these basically blockchain domains where you buy them once and there's no recurring cost. So your name .crypto or your company's name .crypto, and some of the cheaper ones are $40, and it's a one-time thing, just $40. And apparently the websites, you can use these peer-to-peer services, and one of them I'm going to have to look back up, but it's like your website, I guess, is on a number of different computers. So I don't know how that would work speed-wise. Everybody wants their website obviously to load really quickly, so I don't know how much you'd have to pay for that by month, or if that's also free because people are participating in it. But in other words, I like the idea of not having to renew. I like some of the other features that it brings. What I don't know is how much is it like a typical website with regards to all the things we're used to: WordPress, blog, email, file storage, streaming, all of those kind of things. I'd have questions about that. Hold. Yes, we're holding. I'm holding and buying in the dips. Dogecoin community needs to chill and buy the dips. There's a lot of emotion going on right now. Don't invest with emotions or weak hands. It's okay. More than 300, but you get it. Me holding with 300 negative. Friend who sold. That's actually kind of funny. So I'm gonna show this one some love, and also let them know that I'm live. And if you've just joined me, I'll get right back to the comments here in a second. I'm trying to, maybe generate a little bit of engagement here, so we can get some people on, some more people on, some new people on. I love all my regulars, but we're trying Friday night. I started this last Friday, I think, I started it before then, but last Friday was one of my best nights as far as number of people on. They've all of these live streams have had 100+ views, which for me, I'd love it to be in the thousands. Don't get me wrong, but for me right now, 100 is great. But last Friday nights had 980 views, had up to 41 people on. So that's the kind of pace that's cool, because the comments with 40 people on are coming and addressing literally almost every comment, because thankfully I don't have to deal with, because of the size I am so far and the exposure that I have so far, I don't have to deal with spam and hate and all that kind of stuff. It's just all good. Here we go. So this is one we talked about earlier, what was causing it. It says POTUS, Biden spoke about capital gains tax today. Whales dumped to avoid the massive tax coming. Now, I don't believe that. That's far-fetched, honestly. So I'm not even going to tweet that out, because right now Biden's just talking about maybe doing that. So it's not something that's already a deal. So they would have plenty of time. But anyway, Elon Musk almost ready to fully back Dogecoin, since whales are making room for common folks to share. Well, maybe not. Again, I think some of these statements are a little presumptive. We know that Elon, what he said about the concentration being or the amount of Dogecoin being in too few hands. So, and he is, I think, a man of his words, so I'm sure that he will begin to promote it more when some of these other things start happening. Coinbase is going to list Dogecoin. It's only a matter of time. I will say I showed last night, and so you can go back to last night's episode, or if you're on and you didn't see it last night, I can show you some things on GitHub that would lead me to believe that it's, again, like they're basically saying here, a foregone conclusion that Coinbase is going to list Dogecoin, because they're working on the code to make it compliant with the requirements that Coinbase has. All right, so let's go to the comments. We've got some comments now. I appreciate you guys hanging with me. Actually got quite a few comments, so thanks for waiting until I tried to promote this a little bit more. Any thoughts on potential AMC squeeze? I'm 20 grand deep. Well, I figured I'll at least get my $10 a share back, if nothing else. My personal opinion on that is, and I know it's a similar thing in the sense that it's a meme kind of backing, and GameStop, as well. I personally only have the time to look, stay on top of things as much as I want to for a few things. So I've not gotten into the AMC thing. So I know you got to do what you think is right for you. Hopefully you can at least get your money out of it, and then move that into something else that maybe you have a better feeling for long term, that kind of thing. So yeah, I wish I can't tell you much more about that, because I'm not really invested in AMC, and I never got on that particular wave. So I hope it works out for you, though. Yeah, 10 minutes till our Asian family wakes up. Yeah. Yeah, maybe they will. I mean, in days past, and I think more so prior to these whales starting their, programmatic manipulation. I'm using that term because it is, but I'm not even necessarily saying that's bad, but it is manipulation, and they have the ability to do it because they have so much of it, and because the cryptocurrency market's not regulated, and I'm not asking for regulation at this point in time, so just using the word. But I think in cycles past, when the whales were probably not so active, we definitely saw some changes. Typically, things causing a uptick in the price when our friends in Asia are up, and we will have here, not too long from now. Typically, we have some people coming on the stream actually from Asia. Not a ton, but nonetheless, we do have some friends that, like you said, end up joining around that time. And then we have Aliska, which joins every night as well. I think really enjoyed the music last night. Great. So it's going on right now. I don't know if you can hear it when I'm talking, and I could turn it up a little bit more, but when I get quiet, I think you can hear it better. But yeah, Aliska, it's funny because we talked about one price point where it seemed like it was a good point to get in, and I did get in, pretty much at that price point. But now obviously I wish I could have gotten in where it's at right now. But it's been I know at least as low as 17. I can't look at it as closely when I'm doing the live stream here because I want to be able to look at the comments and stuff. But now may be a good time to get in if you haven't decided to yet. Yeah, Mr. Rodriguez is saying hold. I agree. I mean, you don't want to sell. Again, I'm not in those groups that keep that thing active and exciting and all of that. So take some cues, I would say, from that community, and hopefully there's going to be enough people to pump it to get it to where you want it to be. Yes, Amazon would be an amazing catalyst. I agree. I mean, it may not be quite the catalyst to get it to $1, but there are those that are suggesting that within a 24-hour period of Amazon announcing or Jeff Bezos announcing that it could get to that $1. That'd be amazing. Yep. There's a lot of things going on. You're right, Mr. Rodriguez. And welcome, by the way. I think this may be your first time to join the stream. If it is, I want to welcome you. If it's not, I want to welcome you. And hopefully you'll subscribe if you haven't. Want to be able to have you come back, and do appreciate your engagement here. I'm very open to everybody's thoughts and ideas, and we're a collective, and so thanks for joining. Yes, he did. I mean, I have a political position, and I'm not going to get into it here on that, but I think you're right. I was literally thinking today, what you said. I think that, again, I'm going to say I'm not either side either, because it doesn't matter. But since generally speaking, it's true that if you generally use the analogy of conservative, liberal, or right and left, generally speaking, Biden left, or liberal, whatever, I got to thinking today, I'm sure that many people that voted for him, big companies, millionaires, billionaires that voted for him, maybe second guessing. I don't know. Again, when it starts impacting your pocketbook, I would think that even, and I'm not saying the name I'm about to mention, I'm not saying he's liberal or conservative. I have no idea, and it doesn't matter. It's not germane, if you will, to the topic. But let's, say Warren Buffett. I got to believe that even Warren Buffett would probably not too interested in giving up 50% of his profits in the stock market. And Elon Musk, probably not either. Jeff Bezos, probably not either. And Bill Gates, probably not either. And honestly, some of them might say openly that they're okay with that. But, I think that anyway, I don't know why they would say that, because that's not typical, at least. If I go too much further, it's going to get political, so I'm going to stop. But went down to 14. Did it really? I've not looked at it all day long, and I'll pull up the chart again in a minute, but I did not see it go that low. Actually, let's just let's do your other. Hey, and Chris SR7, I don't know how to say that. Welcome. I think this is your first time. I think this is maybe the first time that you've joined my live stream, so I want to welcome you. Hit that subscribe button, notification, all the love. We'd love for you to be able to come back. Love for you to find out when we're live again. But keep buying Doge. It will be going up. Yes. So I'm curious though. Are you familiar with? Because I think you're coming into the stream. We're already an hour and 35 minutes in. We talked earlier in the stream about the whales and the activity they've got going on. So, although I do believe that it's going to go back up, I don't know how significantly it's going to go up until they're done doing what they're doing. And I can only speculate on what they're doing or why they're doing what they're doing. Yep, I think you're right. I think it's somewhere around 17. But let's go ahead and look at the chart again for a minute. Again, I am not the technical analyst type at this point in time. I was a finance major. We spent not as much time on technical analysis, but nonetheless, let's pull back up Dogecoin, and I'm going to put in the hour view, and let's go back to the first, at least of 24 hours, right, on the 22nd. Yeah, here we are. So, yep, 1701. You're exactly right. 1701 is the lowest. So, there's several times here, right? If you look at these, this was pretty dynamic, right? This period of time, if you will, right here, it was going down, pretty much down, somewhat flat, took this spike up again, but then relatively speaking, level again. And so the general, and look at this yellow, or this blue line here, kind of shows right down at the bottom, down here, this line right here kind of gives you this general trend. And so, it's been working its way down. And as I said or showed earlier, and I'll pull it up again, and I'm going to refresh here. The market cap has considerably diminished on Dogecoin. So, that means obviously that a lot of people are selling and not getting back in, at least not getting in significantly enough yet. And of course, these whales have been initially just selling off millions every 15 minutes, and some of them have started buying back in, but not enough, because it's at 27 billion. Even Bitcoin is, normally $1 trillion and change. It's 933 billion. Ethereum, for whatever reason, I don't typically remember the number, what it is. But Dogecoin has dropped, 2 or 3 spots, depending on what time of day you look at this and what day it is, that type of thing. So anyway, there's obviously some things going on, but I can say this: I would certainly be comfortable getting back in at 20. It'd be better. It'd feel better to get in at 17, but I'd be okay with getting back in at 20. what I wouldn't give to have my dollar cost average, though, to be back down to 7 cents and then get up to, 100,000 or like some of us on the stream tonight that has 250, 300,000. So that's awesome. I would say you're sitting in a pretty good position. You just got to obviously wait it out. Hey, thanks for joining. One other thing I want to ask those of you that are on right now, if I started the stream earlier, I can't really do it until the evening at some point. If I started the stream earlier, would that be better for any of you guys? I joke about being the night shift because I just really, because of my schedule and all that, can't really go on until later in the evening, and I do catch some of the international folks, so I kind of like that. Some people from Asia, from Europe, and other parts of the world, so that's kind of fun. But the goal is to obviously also hopefully try to reach as large a group as possible, just so we can have a lot going on. And but anyway, let me know what you guys think. I bet. I can only imagine. That's an amazing feeling. Well, hey, I again want to thank you for joining. Hope you'll come back tomorrow night if you can, and we're going to continue on this journey, be part of the Doge army, and thanks again for joining us. Yeah, we've talked about life changing, and I'm that's what I'm super excited about. I'm really excited about the fact that this can be life changing for so many. That one article that we brought up with the guy that became a millionaire, 33 years old. He, talking about basically growing up without a lot of money and those types of things, and of course, a lot of us have that story, and that's not the worst thing that could be, but to have that turn around and change. And like he said, now he's got the resources, assuming that all this continues, and assuming that he either got out or took some profit, or it's going to obviously go back up. But nonetheless, talking about generational change, not only change for him, but change for his family, for years to come, obviously, if that money is managed well. So I do know that the announcement that Joe Biden made certainly did scare people on both sides of the political spectrum. And we'll just say that there's two sides. There's obviously people that are somewhere in the middle, some people that are right of left and left of right, or however you would say that. So I know there is a range of thoughts and ideas on the political spectrum, but nonetheless, I would say that along probably the spectrum, the whole spectrum, probably many people were concerned, especially those that are investing in the stock market or investing in cryptocurrencies. This could be a big blow if he actually is able to change the long-term capital gains. That would be a big deal. I'm going to look here real quick. I know I had some other things that I wanted to share with you guys. There was an article by Yahoo that I wanted to bring up. And I think I found it. Okay, I did find it here. So this is Yahoo Finance, and this was written today, April 22nd, 2021. And of course, we're going to go through this, but like a lot of these articles, honestly, they say some good things and then they say some bad. And so you wonder sometimes if they really understand this fully, or if it's a part of their narrative to be negative, regardless of the facts or whatever. But anyway, we'll just read through it. So it says, Dogecoin. There are many that believe it has value, therefore it has value. And that statement in and of itself has been basically echoed by Mark Cuban, by the one of the original creators of Dogecoin. It's a part of the meme culture, if you will. So, that statement actually, I think, has a lot of merit to it. But anyway, wild volatility in Dogecoin, the cryptocurrency that surged 400% in a week before losing about a quarter of its market cap, which we've seen. Of course, this was written earlier this morning, and so I think we've lost even a little bit more. But nonetheless, it says there are many that believe it has value, therefore it has value, says Noel Akeson, CoinDesk Director of Research. I really like a lot of the things that I find on CoinDesk. It's a good source, I think, for cryptocurrencies. It says when discussing the altcoin's meteoric rise, it calls into question our long-standing assumptions of how markets should move. That's certainly true. That's why your traditional analyst, CNBC, Squawk Box, all the guys, for the most part, Yahoo Finance, most of them are not on board with Dogecoin being anything but a gamble. But Dogecoin has certainly defied investment norms. After being created as a joke in 2013, we know that part. The cryptocurrency has soared in popularity. A growing number of investors now view the cryptocurrency as a legitimate investment opportunity driven by recent endorsements. Mark Cuban, of course, we know, owner of the Mavericks, Shark Tank, guy on Shark Tank, of course, Tesla, Elon Musk. This is another catalyst. So we kind of got, we're asking, and you guys, I know we certainly had the one comment saying that Amazon would definitely be a catalyst. What about Tesla? What about if they announced that they would accept Dogecoin? They already accept Bitcoin. What would be even more interesting, and it would be helpful actually for the movement, if we can call it a movement, for these merchants that are saying, hey, we now take Dogecoin so you can buy a beef jerky or a beef stick, or so you can buy a ticket. It would be nice if these companies would actually say, and we are keeping the Dogecoin and putting it on our balance sheet. BitPay is used for a lot of these transactions, as it turns out, and it's not clear which companies are keeping the those coins on their balance sheet, and which ones of them are just having BitPay basically take the Dogecoin or the Bitcoin or the Ethereum or whatever from the customer, and then they give the merchant US dollars. Either one's possible. fascinating thing about Dogecoin that is it has lasted so long. It's not over yet. And it's such a loyal following with a clear purpose. Again, the subreddit on it is 1.5 million. There are probably hundreds of Discord servers dedicated to it. Many of the streamers that are covering Dogecoin, and not only Dogecoin, but cryptocurrencies and their stock positions and all that. A lot of them have Discord servers. A lot of them have a Patreon subscription, all of those kinds of things. And so there's definitely a lot behind Dogecoin. What it is doing is calling into question our understanding of value. It doesn't really have a purpose. Even its founders disavowed the project a long time ago. Not because I'm a super fan necessarily, although I am obviously a big proponent of Dogecoin. I've spent, I don't even know how many hours now, not only streaming about it, but researching it, investing in it personally, taking in other YouTubers and their coverage of it and all that. Not only am I doing all that, but I don't actually like this statement, because to say that it doesn't really have a purpose. We just read an article which highlights the fact that it's actually a very viable alternative to the US dollar, for example, for buying goods and services. So the statement's actually incorrect, but of course it's common to see in most of the articles that you read about Dogecoin. The value aspect of Dogecoin is something many Wall Street and Main Street are trying to decipher. This Chamber of Digital Commerce president is saying that she's watching Dogecoin with great concern due to the fact that it lacks many fundamental attributes. But it wouldn't be the first one that does. Many other cryptocurrencies, honestly, that have now been, if you will, accepted into the fold as legitimate, have yet to come out with significant applications in some case. Some of them are still months, if not years away. They will get there, but there's enough people that believe in what they're planning on doing that, so you could argue there's no fundamentals there either in those cases. It should not be compared to Bitcoin, which I agree. Again, Bitcoin is more of a store of value, which it just says right here, more like a digital gold. The interesting thing, though, is, and some people may not know this, some people may, Dogecoin is basically a derivative of Bitcoin. I guess one derivative removed, though, because from what I understand, Litecoin is a derivative of Bitcoin, and then Dogecoin is a derivative of Litecoin, if I understand it all right. And I believe that Litecoin was intended to be less a store of value and more of something that could be used more on a daily basis. And the other interesting thing is Dogecoin transaction fees are considerably cheaper than Bitcoin, and the transactions themselves occur much, much faster on the blockchain than Bitcoin does. Again, both of those two things as well lend itself very well to using Dogecoin to truly act like a currency, a form of payment. If you're an investor in Doge and you cannot afford to lose the money that you put in it, you need to think very long and hard about that and consider getting out. Is that not true of any stock that you buy or any crypto that you buy? Depending on which one you get, maybe to a lesser degree, but look at Bitcoin. It has dropped over $10,000 a coin. Ethereum in one day, although it's had worked its way back up to a new high, had lost, I think almost 1,000. No, 4,000, something like that. Quite a bit. Anyway, I'm going to try to get through this and get back to the comments. One of the distinct differences between Dogecoin and Bitcoin is the number of coins in circulation. We've already talked about that part. But Bitcoin is capped at 21 million. We know that in 2040, basically the mining will cease. All of the Bitcoin that should ever be mined will have been mined by that point, and it will probably begin to be hoarded, and the price will go up. We've talked about the potential of maybe $200,000 a coin. So Bitcoin is something, as one of our friends has already mentioned, is something you should probably look at getting into, even if it's fractional coin, a fraction of a coin, multiple fractions of a coin. I think the price of Doge will head back much lower than it is as the energy gets lost in Doge 420, or the excitement of young kids trying to push it up. So I'm curious what you guys think. Do you guys think that the momentum and that the excitement is going to go down? I think a lot of people don't know, again, what's going on with the whales, so they are misinterpreting what's happening. But I think those that just do even a cursory look into things are understand what's going on and are going to continue to believe and act accordingly that Dogecoin is really a real thing, something that's legitimate. Let me know what you think. Yeah, Alexander. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? So crazy. I mean, it's 26 down, I guess, today, but I think if you do the percentages, it's even more if you consider that it's been as high as 52. 52 billion, I think, is the highest that it's been, and we're at wherever we were. I had it up, now I don't, but yeah, it's considerable. I'm pulling it up again here real quick. And not only that, I say we because we're all Dogecoin fanatics, we're in 8th place too. So we've dropped 2 places. Hey Manny, good evening, my friend. Thanks for joining again. You're going to have to let us know. Yeah, so your hope it goes down to around 5 to 10 due to the fact I want to own so much coins. So one day I'll pump exactly how last week did. Yeah, I mean, I would love the opportunity, honestly, to get back in at those prices. Again, I've talked before about the snafu, I guess, that I had with regards to the approach I took to trying to get more. And so our average cost is now considerably more than it used to be, and I'm glad I'm back in it, but I would love the opportunity to be able to get some more at a dime or 5 cents. It makes a big difference when you can get 10 of something, versus only 3 or 4. If I'm a whale and I can make dramatic fluctuations in the market by selling off and waiting a day or 2 and rebuying back again. Yep. They've made billions in some cases. It's crazy. And one of the whales, if I'm reading the data right, one of the whales, the top whale, has 1 trillion coins. So and they're the least active. So in other words, the whale that has the single largest inventory, if you will, of Dogecoin at 1 trillion something or another, 28% of all the Dogecoin out there, they're dormant, really, in essence, compared to some of the other 99. So it's amazing. You know, there's someone did some research, and a lot of this research, you know, is still conjecture, but I think a lot of people that have spent a fair amount of time looking into this do not believe that Elon Musk is at least one of the top whales, and it would be it could be him, but it would be really interesting, right? Because he's gone on record as complaining about that, in essence saying that it's too highly concentrated. So, you know, I would hope that he wouldn't do that. I think he's certainly perceived, I think, by most as being trustworthy and a man of his word, those kinds of things. So it would actually be pretty devastating, I think, to this whole movement if it was ever found out that he was that 28% holder. Now, if he had made that known in no unspoken words that he was heavily invested in Dogecoin, then I think that would be a different thing. But the fact that he has because he basically said, and I know you know this, he basically said, hey, it's too concentrated, and, you know, basically I would even buy some of it from these people if I could. So who knows, though? I mean, since he said that, he could be accumulating, but I'm sure he's not going to accumulate, or he in principle would not accumulate the same amount, because then it would just be him being a whale instead of someone else. So we'll see. He's the richest man in the world. So other than him doing it because, I guess, if it would be fun for him to do it, maybe he would do it for that reason. He certainly doesn't have to do it for money, obviously. Well, that's a good question, Alexander. You know, he has not been, I don't think he's been known to talk much about cryptocurrencies in general. I mean, you know, again, he's the second richest man in the world, I believe, and doesn't hardly say anything about it. I also think that Bill Gates, although he's not the richest man in the world anymore, equally is either quiet about it, or I don't think that Bill Gates also is much of a fan in general of cryptocurrencies, and that could be because he, you know, again, I don't want to get too political, but it may be because he likes to control things, right? Even though he's not the government, he's certainly close to the government in some aspects of some things. So I think he's actually, anyway, yeah, I don't know, but yeah, Jeff Bezos, it would be great if he got in, and there's a petition. I think 140 million people have signed a petition for him to get into it. I honestly don't think that 140 million people on that petition is going to sway him one way or another. I think if he decides to do it, it will be a more independent decision. I don't think it would be swayed. I'm just don't think it would be swayed by that petition. Maybe not. And I mean, I honestly think it would be pretty easy for Amazon to begin to take cryptocurrency for payment, because again, BitPay could do that for them. Amazon probably likes to do their own thing a lot of times, so that would be the only reason that it might take them a while, or they might even do an interim type thing where they use BitPay for now. And one other thing I don't know about BitPay is, I guess that the consumer, though, I don't know if the consumer has to have a BitPay account, or if they just act truly like a middleman. I don't know. So that would be interesting to find out as well. But it would certainly be a catalyst if he decided to get in. But I'm probably at about 70-30. In other words, 70% thinking he may not anytime soon, 30% chance that he might. But I don't know. Elon and Mark Cuban, yes. You think they're whales? Is that what you're saying, Manny? Mark Cuban certainly could be. Yeah, Bill Gates, I don't think he cares either. I've not studied Warren Buffett so much on what he thinks about cryptocurrencies either, but there's I think there's a certain amount, and this is not, I don't mean this for Warren Buffett or any of those guys. I think there's a healthy amount of caution and even distrust that we may need to have, and then move forward from that with regards to things like the largest exchange, if I understand it right, the largest exchange for cryptocurrencies in the world is in China. Some of the largest mining farms to mine cryptocurrencies in the world, I believe, are in China. And I didn't know it at the time, but some of you guys mentioned it on this live stream here, that over the weekend, not only is it likely that part of the reason that there was this crash with Bitcoin and Ethereum because of the rumor, and it's only, I think, at this point now a rumor, that the Treasury Department was looking into money laundering kind of things. So the market potentially reacted to that, but also some of the biggest mining farms in the world there in China lost power for a period of time. So that obviously had an impact on things. So I just want to welcome, I know we've got some new people on the stream. Why don't you say hi in the chat? That'd be great. And we've got a number of regulars on here, and I think they've all subscribed and turned on notifications. That's probably how they know I'm live. I've been doing this now for about 12 nights straight on Dogecoin. We've been going live now for 93 nights straight. Never been a daily live streamer ever before, and decided to do that again 93 days ago. But if you're new to the stream, if you subscribe and turn on notifications, that would be awesome. And if you want, we'd love for you to follow us on Twitter, and I will return the favor. So I'll take a drink here. Let's look at the chart again for a minute, and I'm going to change it to the, 1 minute, because that's a little more telling. But again, these are 1 minute increments here, and we can see here, for example, this was generally speaking pretty consistent, right, for a number of minutes with regards to at least the low during that period. And then we've got now a period where it's kind of working. It looks like it's working its way down again. And here we had another down period. This is probably, again, another period of these whales doing whatever they're doing. And then we had a jump all the way down, which I wish I had a limit order to buy 100,000. I'm halfway kidding because I don't know that I've got that, but 100,000 Dogecoin at 17 cents would be pretty amazing, unless it's going to go to 5, like Manny was saying. So I don't know, but yeah, it'd be great. Be curious to know who here has bought any cryptocurrency on Webull. I've yet to do it. I'm waiting on my buying power. Tomorrow's Friday. I transferred money over the weekend. It's still not available to me for crypto. Now, if I go to a stock, let's talk about equities for just a minute, if you don't mind. I normally at least bring them up a little bit, the ones that I'm at least bullish on. One of them is Neo, and it's actually done pretty good over the last couple of days. I think I bought into Neo at 36. It's at 39 right now. Its high was 60. We'll just call it 67. And a number of analysts are have a price target of $90 before the end of the year. So that would be a nice little return, and with a little bit of diversity, if you will, within your portfolio. Some crypto and some stocks. There's a lot of good stocks right now, as far as I'm concerned. A lot of good options. But Neo is a EV, electronic vehicle competitor to Tesla. In some ways, Tesla's bigger. Tesla's got a larger market, I think, ultimately, because Tesla's obviously got North America. They've got lots of different places. Neo is China based, and they're going into Europe. So I don't think that their market is as big yet. But in China, they're huge. They're working on having, basically, at the standard gas stations, they're going to have these battery changing stations there where someone doesn't have to get out of their car at all. Like I think less than 5 minutes, it changes, pulls out the battery that they had, puts in a fully charged new one, and then they're off for another 500 miles, 600 miles, whatever it is. And the most expensive part of electric cars are the batteries. So if you buy a car basically without paying for the battery, people are able to get those cars cheaper. So more people presumably are going to buy them, and then they just pay by the month to have a battery as a service kind of thing. So it's, like software as a service, but it's a battery instead. So I'm very pumped about the possibilities of Neo. The Shanghai Auto Show, I think, is coming up. And so, who knows? If they've got some announcements that they're going to make there that they haven't made yet, and I need to be looking that up, then this could go up even more. The only thing I honestly wish is I wish that it went when it was at about 36 that I could have bought more, but I didn't. Another one that I think is ultimately going to, and then I'm going to get back to the comments, that I'll mention briefly is Palantir. It has not moved a lot, necessarily. It's, 22s for the most part, 22. But this is another one that is at about a 50% off, or it's half of its high, almost exactly half of its 52-week high. And they have, in some cases, some exclusive capability, which means they're going to be winning, hundreds of millions of dollar contracts from the U.S. government to do some of the most, high security type things in IT, that type of thing. And in some cases, the only vendor that can do it. So the thought is they have a promising future. Now, Tesla also, it's been as high as 900. There are those that believe that it's going to get back to 900 before the end of the year. So if that turns out to be the case, this would be another really good investment, and it may have to be a fractional investment for some of us on Robinhood or any other platform that allows you to buy less than a full share. Again, for not only diversification, but I think it's kind of cool to own Tesla, honestly. But it's down $24 today, and might be a good time to get in. It was as low as, I guess, today. Let's look at the one day chart just for a minute. If we go to, what was the low? I don't know why it's not showing it. But 698. Well, that was yesterday. Today, yep. Today the low was 718. It closed at 719, but anyway, it's down $24. So might be a good one to get into. All right, I know we've got some more people coming on here. On my charts, it says it hit 13. Hey Trip, which are you which coin are you talking about? Are you talking about Dogecoin? Which one? And also, which charts are you using? What platform are you using? I'm curious. Jim, I'm still waiting on buying power. Are you saying you're still waiting on buying power on Webull? Because yeah, I am too, and I don't like it. I actually called customer service the other day. I wanted to make sure I was understanding fully what I had read, make sure I read it, because I'm like, that's like totally a bummer compared to Robinhood. And I'm like, if you really want to get a bunch of Robinhood customers, it seems to me, especially if you want cryptocurrency customers from Robinhood, you're going to have to change that buying power thing. I could be wrong, but I wanted to switch as well, but the buying power thing is a big deal to me right now as far as the difference. Why buy other stocks when all that money could be Doge money? Only Doge at all time. Hey, I get it, man, but surely you're not all in on Doge only, right? I mean, I'm super big, and I'm somewhat kidding with you, but because I'm almost 100% in Doge right now. But I'm talking about where I would like to be. Honestly, I would like to have some diversification and all of that, but I'm 98% or whatever it is in Doge right now. Anchor, you talking about? Let me look it up. But are you talking about Anchor, the one that makes the charging devices and all of that? But let me just look it up. ANKR. You'll have to tell me about Anchor because I'm not sure that I know which one you're talking about, JG. Doge on, TradingView and Robinhood. You're saying that on TradingView and Robinhood that it showed at 14. Wow. 13, I mean. Let me look that up real quick because that doesn't sound right to me. What time of day did you see that? I'm looking it up right now. Yeah, I do see 15. 15's the lowest that I see. But 15.4 on Robinhood. But anyway. TradingView too. Let's see, TradingView, because I think you can look at that. I think you can look in TradingView without actually having an account. Let's look at the 1 day on TradingView. Oh, come on. Yeah, I don't see the I don't see it that low, but again, maybe it did. I'm not going to say that it didn't, but I can't find that. Yeah, I get it, Alexander. Makes sense. 13 on both NTV. Hit the candlestick on the day chart on Robinhood and look at the low. Okay, well, Webull shouldn't be that far off either. So let's just real quick. I'm going to look at Webull, but of course that would have been an amazing time to get in, right? So I'm hoping that you. I'm hoping you bought some then, right? I'm going to do the day chart on this and see. I'll also pull up Robinhood, but I'm going to show you. So this is a Webull and day chart, if you will, and for the 23rd, so let's look at the 22nd instead. So I guess we've already went into the 23rd. The lowest I see is 1701, but let's go to Robinhood and see what we can see there. All right, don't want that. Okay, I'm going to see what I can see on Robinhood, but we are talking about Dogecoin, right? I know you said yes, so let's find it here. Dogecoin. Expand. 1 day. Okay, I think I see what you're saying, but I don't know why no one else is showing that. But right here is a low of 1339. Wow. I don't know why. Like I said, I don't know why that's not showing up on Webull, or maybe I'm just not. Yeah, it's not. Anyway, doesn't matter. Well, it matters, but actually the other day, as it turns out, you might have seen this on Robinhood and Webull. Wasn't it yesterday, or maybe it was the day before, but the Robinhood was 2 cents cheaper almost most of the day. 2 cents cheaper. Webull was 2 cents higher. So again, I guess if you're buying, it's good that you'd want to buy on Robinhood you'd want to sell on Webull. Yeah, that's interesting. I guess it's a Webull thing, so I don't know why they're not showing it, but that would have been a great opportunity to get in, I think, at 13. That'd be amazing. We got a lot of new people in, so thanks for joining, everyone that's joining now. We've got a second wave, I think, of folks coming in. Just real quick, if you don't mind me asking if you haven't already done it, and if you're new, if this is the first time you've connected with this live stream, it'd be great if you'd say new or something like that in the chat. And I'd really like to know how you found us, whether it was through YouTube or Twitter. Those are the two likely places. And then the last thing I'm going to ask, if you would do me a huge favor and subscribe and turn on that notification bell, that would be just amazing. It would mean a lot to me, and hopefully we're able to bring you some value and give you an opportunity to share your thoughts as well, and contribute to the conversation, and be a part of this Doge army. So Joe is saying he's new. Hey Joe, thanks for coming in, man. I'm glad to have you. We're going to be back every night for the foreseeable future. I joke about being the night shift. A lot of things going on, day job, all that. So I come on at night, and I like to hear about what you guys are doing with Dogecoin, whether you're observing, if you will, to a certain extent from the outside, if you haven't gotten in yet. If you are, if you do have some Dogecoin, I'm always curious what platform you're using. Primarily, I use, in all fairness, so that I'm saying what I'm asking, I use Robinhood for the most part right now for to get Dogecoin. I would like to use Webull, but the buying power on Webull is not as it's not as good. It's not as generous, I'll say, as Robinhood. So Webull's buying power is more restrictive than Robinhood. So when I decide really quick that I want to get some, if I transfer some money from my banking account, I literally have that money available in Robinhood immediately. That's not the way it is on Robinhood. Yeah, that's a really good point, Trip. I've heard. I only noticed it for the first time once I started using Webull some, at least as a source, as a source for charts and that type of thing, that there was a discrepancy. But I had heard a number of people saying that they felt that Robinhood was not actually showing the same thing that you could see on other exchanges. So I'm sure that that's actually true. Yep, I've heard that. The fact that I guess they know that really wonder if they're, I'm curious what you guys think about this. I wonder if they're really, scared in a sense of what's going to happen if Coinbase lists Dogecoin before Robinhood comes out with a wallet. I know that Coinbase has one. I'm not saying it's good or bad. That's one thing that I need to level up on, is the wallets and all the different kinds and the pros and cons. And I know some of that stuff. I'm still trying to decide which way to go, and maybe it's a walk or a crawl, walk, run kind of approach. But with Coinbase, at least I know there is a wallet, so you can have it in a wallet where you could, in essence, do what you want to with it. Whereas Robinhood doesn't have one. So if Coinbase, I guess depending on how sophisticated the user is, maybe they've been buying Dogecoin on Robinhood and going to start, building up a position in Coinbase and leave Robinhood behind. It's I don't know the fee structure on Coinbase, so it may be negligible when you consider the benefits of Coinbase. I don't know. But we've had people on the stream talk about Qcoin, and I hear good things about Qcoin, other than the fact that I guess it was hacked a while back. And if I read right, I think it was $200 million or something like that, the impact. And obviously, I think most of these exchanges don't, there's no insurance per se, so it's just, I guess, tough luck. I don't know how a company recovers from something like that unless they somehow make the customers whole. But whatever. So Qcoin, I've heard about. Binance, I can't use because I'm in Texas. So even Binance.us, because I live in Texas, I can't use it. I know a lot of people in New York have trouble with a number of the platforms because of New York's fairly strict policies on all of that. I'm sure you guys have heard also that in countries like Turkey and Russia, they're outlawing using cryptocurrencies for payment. They're not outlawing, at least not yet. I don't believe they're not outlawing the ability for people to buy it and invest in it, but they're not allowing them to use it to pay for things because, you know, their currencies right now are junk, I guess, in many ways, and you know, they want to, I guess, force people to stay within that monetary system that they have. So that'll be the one thing. Well, not the one thing, maybe not the only thing, but I have heard that people are somewhat concerned as well that Biden and this administration is going to crack down on the cryptocurrency market, if you will, and try to regulate it more and all those kind of things. So I think there's some fear out there with regards to what's going to happen. Only time will tell, but I'm curious if anyone has any Bitcoin or Ethereum, or what you think about getting into Bitcoin or Ethereum. Assume for a moment, and maybe you do, maybe you don't, so we'll just assume for now, assume that you have the disposable income, if you will, to invest in Bitcoin and Ethereum. If you did, would you? What do you think about the thought that Bitcoin could go to 200,000? What do you think about the thought that I hear some talking about, that Ethereum could surpass Bitcoin? And if it could ever, if that's a legitimate thing, then if there ever was a time to get into Ethereum, it would be now. Of course, the time would have been when it was 140 or wherever it started. But in other words, certainly now, when it's at a low from its most recent high, literally, you know, had a new high today, but over the weekend, as we all know, it actually kind of followed Bitcoin down quite a bit. So anyway, it's a really interesting time. It's really interesting for me to think about the fact that a month ago, I wasn't even thinking about, I knew what cryptocurrencies were, I knew what Bitcoin was, and you know, had some general knowledge about all that. But a month ago, I wasn't even thinking about, it was not even in my mind at all to be invested in cryptocurrency. And the money that I had, the little bit of money that I had in stocks and everything, that's all in, you know, mostly in one coin right now, in Dogecoin. So, but you know, I'm back, if you will. I've said that before, but back in 2008, 2009, I got out of the stock market and basically never returned. But I'm back, and I say that generally speaking because although I say I'm back, although I do have some stock in Neo, Tesla, Palantir, and some others, not to the level that I would like to. So, you know, I want to continue to work on diversifying not only across, you know, stocks, but obviously also within the cryptocurrency. I do think that it makes sense to diversify. Wow, they held your money while prices were dipping. So in other words, you're saying you didn't have held your money, you wanted to move it out? Are you saying you actually had cash that you wanted to transfer and they held it? So you were, I presume you're trying to transfer it somewhere else. You don't have to say where, but trying to transfer it somewhere else so that you could you know, buy something from a different exchange. But I heard the same thing. I've heard that it's funny because I've heard that I guess buying power on their exchange is very very liberal. In other words, in the good sense, right? Very generous. But when you want to get your money out, which I haven't done yet, I've heard that that takes a while. So that's not good. But I guess that they're probably trying to wait as long as they can and still not lose customers. But once they come out with that wallet, I guess a lot of that goes out the window. Now I'm curious. I'd love to know this, experience-wise, if any of you have ever transferred crypto from one account, let's say, to the other. Did you have to pay anything for that? And also, is it like you're selling it, or is it truly a transfer? Because I'm curious if there is a tax event. So in other words, if you were to, although I don't know that you can do this right now, but if you were to transfer your cryptocurrency, well, I know you can't do it on Robinhood right now. I don't believe there is a way to transfer. I think you would basically have to liquidate your position, take out your money, and then buy again somewhere else. But I'm just curious, generally speaking, have any of you ever transferred from one exchange to the other? And is there a tax implication? Well, that's a shame. I mean, Robinhood is not really doing themselves any favor with all the negative publicity that they're getting. So, I mean, the first time I experienced something bad, I'm just going to be honest and not to try to be spiteful, but I will certainly share that. I mean, as someone that's streaming about all this, I think it's important to be transparent and share experiences and stuff that I'm having. I've had mostly good experiences. I will say that, and it worked out anyway, I guess. In one sense it did, but earlier when these whales were active, and I guess they're still active, but there was a cycle where they were buying and it was at 26 cents and I had a limit order to buy at 26 cents. It hit the 26 cents and, went back up, and my limit order to buy was not executed. I don't know why. I mean, I know they were buying a lot or selling a lot or whatever it is, but my order was not executed. And so I had to wait a few more cycles, and it finally went through. And of course, now I wish that I'd canceled it, because I could have gotten it at maybe 17 or 18. But anyway, it is what it is. I don't have enough that at this point in time that it's going to make a ton of difference. But I see a lot of people leaving Robinhood. Maybe when Coinbase, at least people will leave maybe Dogecoin, those that are focused on Dogecoin, or at least for their Dogecoin activity, it's possible that they'll switch to something like Coinbase, even though it may cost them a little bit, because Coinbase, I'm sure, has a better reputation, all the things. And talking about Coinbase, let's look at that for just a minute, because that's another one that is suffering significantly, right? It was, I don't know on what, let me change this to, okay, so if we look at today, the 22nd, its lowest was 287. It closed at 293.45. So it's been going down, basically from the day that it was released. I mean, generally speaking, with some exceptions. So I don't even know what to think about that. What what does that say? What do you have some thoughts or opinions on that? I mean, obviously they are, a big mediator, if you want to think of it that way, an exchange. They also do custody, act as a custodian for institutions, and obviously I'm assuming they have a very wealthy clientele as well. So imagine that you bought in at $4.29 and it's down to $2.93. And Kathy Wood, I don't know if you guys know who Kathy Wood is, but she's the founder of ARK, which is a company that has a number of ETFs. They sold off several positions in, not the whole thing, but they sold some of their Tesla. They sold some PayPal. They sold some Square, I believe. Also sold some of their NVIDIA stock in order to get into Coinbase. So they have a very good feeling, if you will, about Coinbase, but it has been slammed, and I'm assuming that it's been slammed as a kind of related to the fact that the cryptocurrency market in many ways is obviously suffering right now. So I'm just curious if you guys want to comment on that. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Yeah, JG, I haven't either. I'm curious, have you tried to take any money out? Because I know what Ryan is talking about is, again, Robinhood seems to be very generous with buying power, with making your money available to you really quickly to use. So in other words, it's almost like Facebook, right? It's like as long as you're on the platform, on Facebook's platform, they love you. But the minute that you put external links on a post, maybe it won't get seen by as many people, all of that. So they incentivize you to stay on their platform. So Robinhood may be doing something similar, like you, JG, maybe like you. I've not yet tried to transfer any money from Robinhood to anywhere else, so I don't have any context on that. Hey, Alex, do you think I should sell? It's at 19 right now, and I bought it 22 a while ago. Number one, welcome. I'm thinking this may be your first time on the stream. I hope you'll subscribe and turn on that, click that, or smash that notification bell so you'll know when we go live again. I'd like to believe we have some things to offer, and so I'll answer your question. Do I think you should sell? You're saying it's actually, yeah, it's almost 19. 20 is what Webull is saying that it is, and you say that you bought it 22. If I were you, I'm not a financial advisor, so this is not advice, quote unquote, but this is me saying what I would do if I had bought at 22 and it's at 19. I most definitely would not sell. I mean, it may even go lower, let's be honest, and I would see it going lower as a buying opportunity. Normally I would say, and so I'm going to say that now, certainly since you're at a loss right now, I would definitely say I personally wouldn't sell because I have a long-term view. I do believe until a lot more bad things, if you will, happen, that it's going to get to $1 at least. I'm not saying by the end of this year, but I believe it's going to at least reach the $1 mark, maybe the $5 and $10 mark over the next several years. Beyond that, at this point in time, I'm not going to speculate. So given my perspective on it and my goal, my goal is 250, 500,000, $1 million. So I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you, not get rich quick thing, but I'm in it to win it. I'm a hodler, as they say. So I'm not swayed. I would not be swayed if it goes down to 5 and I bought it 22. And to give you some more context, I bought at 35. Well, I rebought at 35. I sold all that I had with the intention of getting more with the profit, not having to take more money from somewhere else. That backfired on me in the sense that it was that amazing day that it went to almost 50 cents a coin. A great day for Doge, but a bad day for me. So I had to wait almost 2 days. I put my money in Ethereum for a while. Thankfully sold that before that weekend that it just last weekend where it took a beating. Got back into Dogecoin at 35 cents. I've since now dollar cost averaged down a little bit and bought some more today at 26 cents. So yeah, I'm not selling. I think you'd be better off waiting, seeing if it goes lower. And if you have some more money, if you have a positive view on it, then I would buy it the dip, right? You don't want to be the what I guess ends up being more often than not where you buy high and sell low, right? The only time you lose is if you sell it, in this particular case. So I would dollar cost average, buy some more. Maybe you want to wait a little bit and see. It's been as low as 17. I know, and I found it on one other thing that it's technically, from what I also saw, that it's been technically for maybe a second only, but it has been as low as 13. That's not 13 cents. That's not recorded on the Webull charts, but on TradeView and on Robinhood, you can find that. But again, that might have literally been for a split second for one bid ask kind of pair. And then, then it was at 17 is the lowest that's recorded on my chart. So I think you may have a buying opportunity. Let me know, if you would, in the chat, what are your goals? What are you hoping to accomplish? We had a number of people already on the stream that are talking about, what we would call life-changing results. And so life-changing results are, for most of us, not a $200 payday, which is $200. Don't get me wrong. Even $1,000, as much as that's cool, but life changing is you're able to pay off your debt. Buy a home with cash, possibly. Although that might not even be the right thing to do, or I shouldn't say the right thing to do. Might not be the best thing to do with mortgage rates at an all-time low. All those kind of things, right? It can get complicated, but if you are looking to make a considerable amount of money in Dogecoin, then you're going to have to hold out and maybe buy some more. Okay, yeah, that's not a bad JG. That's not a bad way of looking at it. And so the way to think about that, I think, is to say, and maybe they improve it at some point, but if it does take, let's say, 3 to 5 days to get your money out of Robinhood and use it in whatever other fashion that you want to, whether that's going back to your bank account or going into another exchange or whatever, then, you just have to say, plan accordingly and have enough liquid money, if you will, in Coinbase, or again, depending on what you're going to do. So yeah, I make the same, or I understand what you're saying. And when the wallet comes out, although I don't know anything about how it's going to be, what features it's going to offer, whatever, but when the wallet comes out on Robinhood, that will probably also give you more to do. Okay, Alex, thanks for letting me know long-term goals. So my thoughts are, if I was in your shoes and if I had some more money, that first of all, that I would be not, I won't say that I could afford to lose, because that's probably not the right phrase, although we use it all the time. But if you have some money that you're willing to lose, or that you will accept the loss of, then I think this is a buying opportunity. I think the most level-headed folks that are in the quote unquote Doge army are those that are saying to a fault, I think sometimes, almost criticizing others, which honestly don't think they should do, but criticizing others that are selling as though those that are selling are keeping the ones that want to hold from reaching their goals. Well, that just doesn't fly with me. I don't, as much as I like the sentiment behind that, and as much as I like the community aspect of that, I personally am not, buying it in the sense that I'm going to ridicule someone else that sells it. I mean, you get to do you. I'm on here to try to bring value and to help people hopefully make some decisions based upon a number of inputs, and then they get to make the decision based upon, maybe hearing what 2 or 3 people say, thinking it through themselves, and then making the decision. But, you'll never find me kind of browbeating someone that's selling as though I need them to not sell to help me get to where I want to go. I think there's enough people that are going to hold. I think there's enough people that have a long-term view, just like you do. Plenty of those to cancel out those that want to sell, that were looking for a fast buck, and either worked for them or it didn't. Either way, plenty of people that are like you that have long-term goals. So yeah, I would say I would treat this as a potential buying opportunity. Just keep in mind, I'm assuming that you've joined maybe with just in the last 15 minutes or so earlier on in the stream. So you may want to, go back and watch it tomorrow, this episode and all the other ones for that matter. But if you watch this episode, the beginning part of it, when you can, we talked about the whales, and you may or may not know what the whales are, but it's just a term used to identify those that are have large holding of Dogecoin. We're talking millions, billions, and literally even trillions of coins, and they are impacting. It would seem as though they are driving the market where they want it to, either down in price or up in price, because they're selling millions and turning right around and buying millions and working the price down, keeping the price level, all kinds of things going on right there. So I said all that to say, could go down to 15. We could wake up, if you're in the United States, I'm not sure that you are, wherever you are, you could wake up after going to sleep and it could be lower or it could be surprisingly higher. So some of these decisions have to be somewhat quick, and I would say you have to, since you do have a long-term view on it, make that decision. Say, I'm going to buy at 19 because I want some more, and if it goes to 15, I miss that to a certain extent, but you got to, because if it goes back up to 20, it may be 3 weeks before it goes to 15 again, or it may never see 15 again. I think you probably already know that. So you have to, at some point, quote unquote, pull the trigger with full knowledge that you may have just timed the market perfectly and got it at the best possible price you will ever be able to get it again, or you may have missed on a few pennies. So I do appreciate the question, appreciate you being here. Don't sell for losses. Yes, that's right. This probably will rebound in the next week. I agree. I mean, here's the other thing. I think the rebound is inevitable, and it's quite possible. In other words, again, I'm going to be maybe the alternative voice, not intentionally, but because it's the way that I actually think. There are streamers, talking on this subject that are all up in arms, basically against the whales, without knowing what their goal is. And even if they knew their goal, those whales bought what they bought when they bought. They can sell when they want to sell. They can buy when they want to buy. They might actually have a noble motive, right? We've talked about this earlier. They may actually be intentionally, collaboratively collectively working on bringing the price down, not only for themselves, but for others. Some of them maybe potentially getting out completely. Elon Musk has suggested that that would be better for the Dogecoin altogether. Not that they're going to do what Elon Musk says necessarily, but we don't know what goes on behind closed doors. I'm sure that millionaires and billionaires get together, either virtually. Mark Cuban actually hinted on a video that I saw him on, like the Billionaires Club, talking to Bill Gates and Warren Buffett. Those guys and ladies get together in one form or another, share thoughts, ideas, all the things. So there's no way for us to know everything that's going on in the background, and I'm saying it with way more words than I should, that I agree with Alexander. I think it's a foregone conclusion that it's going to rebound well beyond the 22 cents that you paid. Hey, Mitch, is there any way that these whales can be held accountable? No. And again, I'm just now highlighting your comment, but I got to be careful, I guess, the way that I say this, because I don't want to offend you or anyone else, but I don't necessarily think they're doing a bad thing. Again, I don't know if their motive is pure, quote unquote, or if it's a nefarious approach, whatever. But this cryptocurrency market is not, for one, regulated. If it was regulated, let me ask you something. I mean this with all sincerity. If you could dialogue with me, that'd be amazing. And I'm not saying there's not a middle ground to what I'm about to ask, but do you think that there would, if in a regulated market, that there would be 6,000% returns? Can you find 6,000% anywhere in the traditional stock market? Not most likely even over a 30-year period. So I'm not saying that the absence of regulation alone is the result of that, but I think it's a big part of the reason why the returns like that are possible, because when the government gets involved, in many cases it's to the detriment of whatever that is. Look at the postal system, just as an example, or any number of other things. This is not an anti-government channel. It's a rant to a certain extent, but the point is they could be doing this actually to help the Doge community. At the same time, they're helping themselves. They're taking their profits. Again, go back and look at this video if you will, and if you're really interested, go watch the beginning of it. Maybe tomorrow or something like that during your day. And we talked about it earlier, but it's very obvious that the whales are certainly buying and selling. It's obvious to me, as obvious as I can, or it's as obvious as it can be without knowing it for sure, that they're intentionally doing this. And yes, it's true, they are manipulating, and that doesn't always have to be a bad word. They are manipulating, it would seem, the price, but treat it as a buying opportunity. And unless if you bought, and please let me know if you don't mind. I love the dialogue. Do you have Dogecoin right now? Are you afraid that you're going to lose your money? All those things are things that I understand, things that I could see being the case. But just like Alex, if you're in it for the long term, look at this as an opportunity to lower your average cost, which means in the end, as Dogecoin goes up, which it surely is, in the end, you'll make more money. So I'm not concerned about what the whales are doing. The only thing I would prefer is to have more visibility to it, so I could know. It's not that easy, and it's cumbersome to go evaluate and look at what they're doing. I mean, because there's literally the 100 top quote unquote whales. You'd have to click on each one of those links, look at the data, maybe import it into an Excel spreadsheet, all kinds of things to evaluate that in any level that might actually drive your decision. So it's easier if you have a long-term view, to have some sense of where it's going to ultimately go, and then work on getting the number of coins that you want at the cheapest price you can get them. JG, do a spreadsheet on average transaction of Doge they sell to buy a Tesla or Bitcoin. Yeah. Biden saying something about crypto, but I don't know. Yeah, he's hinted, I guess, about wanting to regulate it and some things like that. And that, as far as I'm concerned, that would be a bad idea, but he may do it. Not everything that he or any other president, for that matter, does or thinks is always a good idea. I would just prefer the government stay out of it for the most part. The whole reason that cryptocurrencies were ever even invented was to try to fix some of the problems that are honestly just inherent with most governments. We here in the United States, at least, I don't know, Match, if I'm probably saying your name wrong. You're probably actually not in the United States, but maybe you are, because it's 12 o'clock at night, midnight. But maybe you are. You're a night owl like me, maybe. But the whole reason that these cryptocurrencies were invented was to try to solve and fix some of the problems of most countries with regards to their policies on money, monetary policy. Inflation, we printed, you probably know this, or for the U.S. at least, we printed, I think in this year alone, 40% of all the money that had ever been printed in the United States. So that's just ridiculous and crazy. Hey, the Q, I currently have 8,400 at 327, 774 at 38, and 4206 at 21 currently. That's awesome. So are you trying to recover a few bags on the way up? Yeah. And obviously we've been talking about, if you have some more, then it's been consistently at this, and I'm going to pull up the chart for just a little while. We'll talk about that, and then I'm sure we'll have more comments to look at, but I'm going to look at the 1 minute chart. And pull up Dogecoin. And by the way, for those of you that are maybe joining new, this is Weeble's desktop interface, which I really like. And I'm going to pull the 1 minute because this gives me some sense. So if you look at this and kind of draw a line here, it's been fairly consistent, right? For, let's see, when was this? At 12:32. So, I mean, yeah, for the last several minutes, it's been hovering at 20. Really, this whole line here, all the way from here to here. So for 10 minutes at least, it's, generally speaking, been 20 cents. As you can see right here would have been a good time to get in. It's been as low as 17. That would have been a good time to get in. Technically, it's been as low as 13, it looks like, but that was for probably a millisecond or something. I don't know. But hey, the Q, just yeah, are you looking to be in Dogecoin long term, to till it gets to $1, $5? What's your strategy with Dogecoin with regards to how long do you plan to hold? I'm looking for a term that's used a lot, I guess, life changing quote unquote money. And all I mean by life changing, because I for whatever reason want to make sure that it's clear with regards to my own philosophy, that I don't think that that money brings happiness per se, right? I think money can actually do the opposite for some people. I've said this earlier in the stream. I believe that money, or the increase in money, only amplifies how you already, what your relationship with money already is, right? If you're generous, you're just going to be more generous. If you're more self-absorbed kind of thing, you're just going to be even more self-absorbed. Or if you're something in between, you're just going to be more of that something in between. I don't want to take a position on that, in the sense that I only want to help, you guys think through some options to get to the goals that you're looking to get to. Keep a small amount to day trade with. Yeah. So do you, I think day trading can be fun. And I think you've got a good, thought there with regards to day trading with a smaller amount, that it can be fun. You may or may not make money every day or whatever. I personally think that, day trading Dogecoin, if you want to get to that big life-changing number, it's probably better to do exactly what you said. Maybe take a small portion of it, day trade it. Maybe by day trading, you can also accumulate more over time. But that larger chunk, just hodl that, hold on for dear life, and cash it in, or a portion of it in, when it's truly something really, really meaningful, like you can pay off your house, or you can quote unquote retire, right? Any number of things. So, hey, Sean, you've been quiet. It's like a flea market ATM. Don't even know what to buy. Can you believe that there are actually, and I'm sure you can, but there are actually now crypto ATMs? I don't exactly know how they work per se, but it's kind of interesting. Will Robinhood and other places be able to donate to organizations? You mean if they gave crypto to an organization, would there still be a tax event for either Robinhood or maybe the receiving organization? Is that what you're asking? I mean, I would think that they could give to charity. I don't know if there's a tax implication, because shouldn't be. I think when you give a asset, like if I was to give someone, let's say I give a piece of property to a church, normally I get actually a tax credit, if you will, for that. And cryptocurrencies by and large are treated mostly like an asset, so I don't know why they wouldn't be able to. And since you mentioned that, one other thing that's actually pretty interesting is, there was a Reddit group that I think it was Reddit, right? They got like 50,000 Dogecoin. This has been quite a few years ago, 2014, I think, or something like that. Enough money to send the Jamaican, I think it was the Jamaican bobsled team or something like that, to the Olympics. So that was pretty interesting. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that Robinhood could give to charity. Your live count is increasing. YouTube algorithm doing its thing. Yeah, thanks. That's awesome. That means I'm going to have to go for another hour, I guess. So if people are still coming, I'll continue to go. And that's awesome. I do want to say thanks to everyone that's, popping in. I use StreamYard to live stream, so I don't use the native YouTube streaming app or streaming interface, because I like all the things that StreamYard allows me to do, but that makes it harder. I can see the view count, but I can't see how many likes I'm getting and how many new subscribers I'm getting and all that. So that's kind of always fun at the end of a stream to see how much we've possibly grown. So if you guys are smashing the like button and subscribing and turning on notifications. I'll get to see that at the end of the stream, and it'll make me super excited. So again, on Friday, we had a pretty bang up night, and I don't know if it was because it was Friday night and people were just hanging at home or whatever, but tomorrow night's Friday night, so we'll see if it's another night again. And I am hustling, I guess. I'll be, I don't normally put that out there, but getting 20 hours, or 25 hours maybe of viewing hours per video. I'm chipping away at that 4,000 watch hours that I need. I'm hoping that that like you were saying, Sean, that will start picking up some momentum, and I can't even imagine the day where we get to 1,000 people on a live stream. Would be amazing. And at that point, I obviously would not be able to keep up with it, but at the same time, I would be just blown away. Is it true that you don't own the coins in Robinhood? And if so, what does that mean? What happened? Yes, it is true, basically, in a sense, right? So, Robinhood, in essence, is like a custodian. This is going to change, though, once they create a wallet where you could choose to store the crypto that you buy from them into your wallet. The implications, I'm honestly not concerned about it at the level with which I currently own, right? In other words, I have, I'll just say it this way. I have under 50,000 coins right now. And there are people that are on this stream or have been on this stream. And if you guys want to, jump in and share your perspective, what kind of concern you might have with 250,000 coins in Robinhood. But I mean, as long as Robinhood doesn't go under, right? As long as they don't cease to exist, and as long as there's not as long as someone doesn't hack into their system, then your account should be sound. And when you sell it, you're going to get the money, right? If you had 250,000 coins and you say, I want to sell it, then you immediately have whatever the dollar amount is in your Robinhood account. You can transfer it out. It may take 5 days, but you can transfer that out into your bank, to some other exchange, potentially, whatever. So there is some concern, and there's enough concern that Robinhood, again, is working on a wallet. I think that they know that they will not be able to compete ultimately if they don't come out with a wallet. Now, I don't even know, and I don't think anyone that's used Webull, I don't think Webull has a wallet either, technically. So I hope that helps some. I'm not personally concerned about it right now, but as far as what's happening with my coins, I mean, it's presumed, there's no way to prove it, but it's presumed that some of these accounts that you can find out there, the top 100 accounts, these whales, it's presumed that a number of those wallets are actually, in essence, Robinhood wallets. So it's presumed that they own a significant amount of Dogecoin themselves, so they're able to kind of handle their own market for it. They also get fractions of a penny for like the stocks that they sell. So I don't know exactly how the inner workings are, but I would say at this point, for cryptocurrencies, especially once they come out with a wallet, and they've said it's one of their top priorities, as soon as they do, I think a lot of that worry significantly subsides. Hope that helps some. Oh, okay. You can maybe hit 100 live views eventually. Just stream consistently because crypto is hot. Yes, it is. And I mean, each of these streams, I don't think necessarily during the actual stream, but almost all of them have hit at least 100 views. Not necessarily. So you're saying live viewers. So yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually. I'm not going anywhere. I will, over time, hopefully get to where I can like anything, the more something becomes significant, if you will, then you can justify spending more time on it. The more viewers we get, all those kind of things, the more time we'll probably be able to put into doing even more, adding other things, if you will. I could, though, just quote unquote talk and show and dialogue and all that, all day long. So yeah, I've tried that. It's funny that you say that. I mean, I haven't tried it. There's probably more that I can do, and I still will. And again, I only have so much time, got a day job, quote unquote. But I'm going to make an analogy because it just hit me, and I think it's kind of funny. Here in Texas, where I live, right? Unlike a lot of other states, in Texas, most of the land where you can hunt is private land, right? People own it, and thousands and thousands of acres and all that. So, as a person that wants to hunt, let's say, that doesn't have enough of their own land where whatever it is that they want to hunt is on their land, it can be pretty difficult to go hunt somewhere without paying a ridiculous amount of money, right? People are very proud of and hold very close to themselves, if you will, those assets, if you want to call it that, whatever, as opposed to some other states. There's tons of public land. You can hunt just about all you want, all the kind of things. I love Texas, don't get me wrong. I have no intention of moving, all those kind of things, but I'm just going to draw a parallel. I think that what happens to some of and this is not a criticism at all, it's just a reality. Some of the bigger channels, number one, they're too busy to even see that you've tried to communicate with them, all that kind of stuff. Some are honestly afraid as well. Just going to be honest, not that they're afraid of me. I'm not saying that. They're afraid of the idea of quote unquote competition. I think there's enough room for all of us, honestly. So that's why when, again, this channel's small and, our audience is smaller, but when someone comes on here and they've got a Qcoin link, for example, I'm like, yeah, sure, share it, right? Or you've got, you're an artist, right? And you have some NFTs, for example. I'm like, yeah, by all means, share it. You're a musician, I'm like, hey, what do you play? Just start asking questions. So I try to be as transparent and all that. But yeah, it's a good idea. I would love to do some collaborations with StreamYard. I have the ability to bring on, multiple guests and all that. So that's really cool. I could do that. I just need to have the contacts. So maybe I'm getting big enough already to have some scammers or whatever. The funniest thing is in one sense, some of the channels, and with growth comes some issues, I guess, because one of the guys that I watch all the time that talks about cryptocurrencies and regular, stocks and all that, he almost, with that fail at the beginning of his live stream, he's like, in the comments, so I'll do it as well. I'm going to do exactly like he is. It's like, okay, in the comments, if you see a phone number to call, or if you see a WhatsApp connection or any of that, and you've really gotten big when someone copies your profile with literally your picture. Somehow they're able to use the same name and everything, so they're trying to impersonate you and trying to get people to take them up on their scams. So I'll just say right now, if you see anything in the comments that says, hey, you send me money, I'll send you money back, or you join this WhatsApp thing and all that, that'll all be not from me, right? So I actually see in the comments, it looks like someone has, given their wallet I'm not going to show that. I'm guessing that's what it is. So, Chris, is that what that is? I mean, I'll certainly let you give another comment and let us know if that's your wallet. I'll lay it out for you, Google it, and do the same. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. I know I'm... are you talking about, is this one of the whales, one of the wallets for the whale? But anyway, I do love the dialogue, Chris. So be a little bit more specific or transparent about what you're wanting me to do, and if it's a whale, we did show that earlier. So I can't really cut and paste that in the way that I'm doing it. So someone else, if someone wants to Google that that wallet, by all means you can. I usually always subscribe to all super chat shout outs because I like helping the upcoming YouTubers, no matter the genre. That's really cool of you, man. That's another reason why it would be amazing to get to 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 watch hours, get into the YouTube Partner Program. Again, I'm, thankfully have a really good job. I'm blessed, great family, all the things. So I've got some goals, some places that I want to go, some things that I want to do, if you will. So I'm not going to push away the growth, and would love to grow, and to be able to have super chat as a thing would be amazing. And it's always fun for me to see, to be on live streams where these YouTubers are getting the super chats, and you obviously understand what maybe a lot of people don't understand is we're so used to, and I'm not necessarily even saying this is bad, but we're so used to so many resources being free that people maybe lose sight of the fact that people's time should be, at least if they're providing value, should be worth something. So most people keep coming back, and you put your dues in, and you hope that something comes out of it at some point. Okay, look it up, see what have done, see how they have stayed in. Look at what, just check out all the research. Yeah, let me show you, Chris, just so what we've been already showing, because my guess is we've already been covering, because we started out over 3 hours ago now. And the first thing that we opened up with was the whales and their wallets. So I'm going to bring this up, and you tell me if this is what you're basically talking about. So this is, one of the wallets. And so, yeah, we talked about all of what they're doing. So here, again, we haven't looked at it now for 3 hours, but to your point, here's one, and it could even be that it ends up being the same number. I don't know, but 300 million Doge. And here's one. Okay, yeah, that was the 13th. But here's one today, right, at 2200. So at what? That's 10 o'clock or so, I guess, right? 10 o'clock tonight, they bought 53 million. And here, this was earlier, but I showed one where they literally were buying and selling within literally minutes of each other, and literally the same exact amount they bought, the same amount they sold. They also bought it for the same price and sold it for the same price. So it's really kind of interesting. They are definitely having an impact. It would, as far as I can tell, having an impact on what's going on right now. Doge is at a steady 21. Yes, it is, and I think it's exactly for the reason that Chris is also highlighting that these whales are buying and selling, and something's going on. Again, I don't know exactly what they're up to, why they're trying to do it, but nonetheless, a lot of people are pumping and dumping, and seeing a lot of people that don't have money, they're losing money because they're scared. Yes, I mean, I think that's a good that's a really good point. And all I can say is, as sympathetic, Chris, as I am, I kind of equate it to voting. For example, Rush Limbaugh, whether you liked him or not, whether you were liberal or conservative, doesn't matter. You know, he used to talk about, and I don't even think he meant it in a mean-spirited way, but he used to talk about low information voters, right? There are people out there that vote, either a vote, like vote for a politician, or vote with their money one way or another, without knowing a lot. So again, as much as I hate the fact that people are losing money, many of them are losing money because they didn't know everything they needed to know. And it's good that channels, not even mine, I wouldn't even say channels like mine, but it's good that there are content creators out there that are trying to help people know what's going on. The best ones, in my opinion, are those that are more like a news channel, as opposed to one that gets mad at the whales, or gets mad at the people selling, gets mad at the people that are pumping, all that. It takes it all. And we have to take, in my opinion, personal responsibility. That's why so many people like myself that are talking about this on YouTube have to say, I'm not a financial planner. I'm not an accountant, right? I'm not a licensed investment counselor, any of that. I'm a person just like you are. I have I have a background in finance. I've got a degree in finance. I've been working with Fortune 100 companies for the last 30 years. So I would say some good insight into a lot of industries and a lot of things, but people have to take personal responsibility. So as much as I hate the fact that people are losing money, if we believe collectively that Dogecoin is a solid investment, then it's not like any other investment that people have made where they've lost money. Many cases, it's because they bought high and sold low. They didn't wait. Even in 2008 and 2009, except for the companies that actually went under, those obviously, what I'm about to say, yes. But do you know that many of the companies where people had stocks in those companies in 2008, 2009, and the bottom fell out, had they just kept them, they would have an amazing return right now. So what becomes there's two problems, and then I'll move on, because I guess it will probably start to be perceived as I don't know what. I'm just trying to answer your question and give some perspective. But if people are putting money in there that they need, right, and they were hoping for, let's say that they took and bought $600 worth of Dogecoin, and that's their rent money, or their mortgage payment, or their car payment, and they thought that it was going to go up to 50 cents on 420, and with the spread, they were going to get enough to then make 2 car payments instead. That's the wrong approach, or it's a very dangerous approach, right? And I can't do anything about that. And as much as that's why I would hope that, honestly, those kind of people that make those kind of decisions, maybe it'd be great if somehow they're able to come to this channel more, and hopefully I can maybe help them make some different decisions. But yeah, no, I get it. Hey, Chris, I trust me, I appreciate and value your input, and I hope that what I'm saying is coming across the way that I mean it to come across. I do genuinely lament, if I can even use that word, that there are people that are losing money. It's unfortunate. let's what's it called? What's the one? And again, I won't. I'm gonna try to not say this in a way that it's been taken wrong. But what's the new cryptocurrency that like is all the rage, right? That you have to buy it and transfer it, go to Pancake, the Trust wallet, all those different things, and literally even if you sell it, you're penalized. I think up to 10%. There are a lot of people that are very concerned that in essence ultimately is going to be, a Ponzi scheme kind of thing. We'll see. Don't know, but I'm not even going to get anywhere close to that. As much as it's tempting to get in on something like Dogecoin was as far as the initial price, I think that there's still all kinds of opportunity to get into Dogecoin right now where it's at to make life-changing money. The places that it can go, we're not even there yet. So let me look at this comment actually. Yes, some of them are just, yep. I agree. And I mean, you can't, there's not much you can do about that. If it's possible that someone maybe comes along your way or my way and wants to have a true conversation, maybe you might be able to, influence a couple of people that would avoid going down that path, but some are going to. It's a shame. Yep, Chris, that's great. Hey, by the way, is this your first? I'm thinking it probably is. This is your first time to be on one of my live streams, and if it is, that's awesome. If it's not, that's awesome. But I'm curious if you found me on YouTube or on Twitter, and either way, I'm glad that you're here. And I guess I also want to say, since I'm kind of taking this little break to do all that, if anyone's watching the replay, I do want to say thanks for joining the replay. If you're still here live, thank you for being here live. Either way, I hope you're getting something out of this. I mean, these streams do end up being, anywhere between 3 and 4 hours long. If I can go back to some of them, I will put in chapters. If I can, it's pretty hard because I'm literally, doing a 4-hour stream, then going to bed, getting up the next morning, doing a regular job, spending maybe an hour kind of doing some research, and then going live again. And then that cycle's just going over and over again. And I've been doing that cycle for 12 days now. I've been going live every night for now 93 days. I just started really kind of talking about this, like I said, about 12 days ago. But nonetheless, even not talking about this, I've talked about a lot of other things that at least interest me. So there's a lot of energy and time that goes into that, and I'm fine with doing it. But my point is in some cases, you're just going to have to watch the live stream. And my hope is that we're talking about enough things that are important beyond just the day. In other words, the stuff that we talked about with regards to the whales, that insight, those the possible things that are going on, that's going to be valuable to someone probably for several weeks and for months, maybe even into the future. So Doge, okay, Dogecoin, yeah, Robinhood. So use Robinhood's platform. Yeah, you've been buying a lot. Okay, cool. I'm glad. I just wish that I could have gotten more at 13 cents when it was there for such a short time that Webull doesn't even record it. If you go to what is it, Trading View or whatever it is, or Robinhood, you can actually find it, but not on Webull. So I don't know why. Another thing I'll mention, let me, I'm going to pull up the chart here for a minute. And if you guys don't mind me diverting just for a moment to show, because it's still within the cryptocurrency space, and I do think that it's something that you should consider with regards to diversification. And if you're using something like Robinhood, and I know more and more are doing it, but since you can on Robinhood do fractional purchases, Bitcoin is something that you may want to look at. It may not be at its lowest yet, so I'm not saying get in right now, but look at it. It's at 49, and it's been as high as 64. So last week, just think about that. Last week, it was at 64,900. I don't know exactly when, but that's when it hit. I'm pretty sure a 52-week high, and it's down almost 20,000 or 15,000. And, this is, don't know exactly what's going on with the broader cryptocurrency market, other than, again, the Joe Biden talking about raising the long-term capital gains, and also hinting that they want to maybe regulate more, and that could be enough. I've not had time to at least read what other analysts are saying, but that could be enough to cause it to go down even more. And so I would hate to say, hey, now's a good time to buy Bitcoin when it's going to go down another 10,000. But here's what I would say. If it is ultimately going to go up to 200,000, there's no way that's a bad decision. But I don't know that it is. But let's look at Ethereum as well. I mean, Bitcoin, as most of you probably know, is number one in market cap. And because of all of this, I think also, just like Dogecoin, the total market cap on Bitcoin right now is under $1 trillion. It's normally $1 trillion and change, but it's 900 million something. And we'll pull it up again here in just a second. And I'm going to get back to the comments also here in just a second. But Ethereum also has been, literally it was today, 2646 at some point today, right here. So at 11:35 a.m., it hit an all-time high of 22,646. It hit a low at 1:05 this morning, if I'm looking at this right, of 2166. So, almost, or $500 roughly, right? So also there are people that believe, may or may not happen, there are those that suggest that Ethereum could overtake Bitcoin as the number one at some point in time, at least market cap. Now, they do have different purposes, but that's not to say that Ethereum couldn't be also seen as a form of a store of value, maybe never like Bitcoin is, but market cap wise, it could overtake it. And Ethereum also, from what I understand, does not have an ultimate limit. Bitcoin's 21 million something, whatever it is. Maybe it's exactly 21 million. Ethereum does not have that limit. So I guess, it's going to be mined forever, I guess, unless they change it, or unless whatever is ahead of us in 20 years, something different possibly. But to the extent that it continues on. So I think that it's without question that from a diversification standpoint, that Ethereum is something good to consider. All right, let's see what's going on in the comments now. Schwab and Robinhood stuff and does, yeah, and the crypto thing. Yeah, Chris. 1,800 coins, not down because I put it 700. Yep. Yep. It's pretty crazy, right? When you wake up and it can go either way, right? I can remember mornings here over the last about month where I've woken up and on paper I've made some pretty good coin, right? On Dogecoin, and other mornings or even during the day, the opposite has been the case. So it's you got to have nerves of steel. Whatever kind of risk aversion you might have had with stocks, if you've been into stocks or you are, you have to multiply that times some kind of factor. I don't know what factor you multiply it by when you get into cryptocurrencies, right? I mean, again, we're looking at Bitcoin. We were looking at Bitcoin. The granddaddy of them all, and it's almost $20,000 down from its high. So Chris, you're down 35 today. That's not bad at all, right? But still have the 700. Yep. Started with. That's great. Hey, I've said this before and other nights. The most amazing thing that I could imagine is those that end up becoming, regulars, if you will, on my live stream come on and say one day that, I woke up and I'm $50,000 richer, or I woke up and I'm $250,000 richer, or I'm now a millionaire, like that guy that we talked about earlier on in the stream that, at 33 years old became a millionaire. And I'm going to celebrate with you because I think that's awesome and amazing. And again, there's few things like cryptocurrency that are going to do that, but it comes with some risk, right? So I've said this before as well on other streams. Please have a plan. If cryptocurrencies is your plan A, let's just say that for a moment, please have a plan B and a plan C. Have in mind, don't sit back and rest on the hope, right, that you're going to be a millionaire from cryptocurrency. I hope it happens. But, stay relevant, develop some skills, be marketable in the workplace, all those kind of things, because as much as I want that to happen for you, two things. It may not happen, unfortunately, or it may take a while for it to happen. It may be 10 years. I've got a 10-year mindset with regards to, and I hope it's much sooner than that, but I have a 10-year mindset, if you will, with regards to cryptocurrency, with regards to a life-changing, quote-unquote, amount. And along the way, I'm probably going to make some mistakes, for example. I'm probably going to lose some money, hopefully not ultimately lose, but in other words, maybe down for a while and, have to have those nerves of steel. But nonetheless, I think that's going to be it. We're going to hit a record high on Dogecoin. When, Daniel? When are we going to hit it? Let me know, when do you think we're going to hit that record high? We've gotten almost to 50. It's been a while now, several days, right? Last week, I think it was. But we've come that close. When do you think we're going to hit the record high? I like the confidence. I agree. We are. We've talked about this before, some of the catalyst. I think we could easily hit. Now, well, here's the thing. I really wonder. Think about the fact, we've talked about this before, the whales. There's whales that are selling millions, buying millions, literally selling billions in some cases of coin at a time. I really wonder right now, right at this moment, for example, if they continue to do what they're doing, and Elon Musk came out, for example, and said something really positive, I wonder how much the whale activity would hinder what would otherwise be an even greater impact? In other words, I'm just curious, right? I'm curious what you think. In other words, think about the fact that you have the whales doing what they're doing. You have Elon Musk saying something really positive. The impact of his tweet will probably be minimized some because of what's going on with the whales right now. But I think it's also the case that there are probably maybe these whales have been doing what they're doing for longer than we even knew, and it just started becoming something that we realized nonetheless. Yeah, Chris, I mean, I agree. I mean, the Dogecoin phenomenon, if you will, and what's going on right now would not obviously be even possible, or the GameStop phenomenon or the AMC phenomenon. None of that stuff would have happened without a group of people coming together. Now, the thing that has to happen, obviously, for Dogecoin is those people have to, they have to have nerves of steel again, right? And obviously, I know a lot of them do, because if they're doing what they're saying, there are tons of people that are saying hold, tons of people that are saying buy on the dip. If you have a long-term view, they're saying the right thing. Now, along with that, there are also people saying don't sell in a almost aggressive way. I would like to see them not do that, but that part of it I'm not really on board with. But encouraging people in the right way to hold, helping people understand why they should think about holding, helping people understand why they should think about buying in the dip. Those are the things that that I want to do in a way where I can not offend those that are maybe not making the decisions I would make, but it's their decisions to make. But encouraging those that are actually open to, a strategy that might get them to their goals. The thing that scares me, which, Chris, I think you've already really kind of mentioned, the thing that scares me, not me, it doesn't scare me for me, scares me for those that are out there, that they are potentially putting money into this that they don't, quote unquote, have money that they actually need for day-to-day things. And that does look that seems a lot more like gambling in one sense. I would almost say it's gambling. If they don't make money right away, they got to have it. That's a problem, right? Now, as much as I say that, it's like the guy that was 33 and put $180,000 into Dogecoin and went on margin. I'd have a hard time doing that, but he chose to do that. It turned out well for him. But depending on the timing, it could have turned out actually not, the opposite for him. But I'm glad it turned out good. Don't get me wrong. But this is not child's play. People do need to think about what they're doing, even though we're talking about pennies per coin. Yes, it's pennies per coin, but if you're putting in $1,000 and you need that $1,000 2 weeks from now, and because of the timing of when you got in, it's now only worth $750, and you need it to pay your insurance, your mortgage, your rent, whatever it is, buy clothes and food, pay for school for your kids, all right, medical bills, all those kind of things. And then now your only option is to maybe get in debt. None of that is good as far as I'm concerned. So I think the moral of that story is take some money that you can truly just set aside, forget about, watch it enough to see what it's doing, and then incrementally don't buy, depending on your situation, don't buy the coffee that maybe you're buying, don't buy the Whataburger that you're buying, whatever it is, and then set every month a thing to go into Robinhood, $20 to go into Robinhood regardless of what the price is. $20 goes into Dogecoin or whatever it is. And I think these people would find themselves ahead if they did that. Yep, I get it. Oh, sorry. I'm actually way behind on comments now. You guys are killing me. Okay, one Dogecoin boss has 200 million in profit. Yep. Yep. And that's repeated multiple times over. There was one sell there where they made more than $1 billion. It's crazy. And it's not Elon. Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's Elon Musk either. It would be, and I'm not saying that, I'm not saying he's God, don't get me wrong, but I think he's trustworthy. I think that he is genuine in when he said, he thought that some of these whales should basically divest at least a large portion of what they've got so that it's not so closely held and concentrated within a small amount of people. And if he was one of the whales himself, that'd be obviously really bad for him as far as his reputation, and it would be bad for this whole Dogecoin movement. I mean, it would really invalidate. So while the person holding the most Dogecoin, they don't know who it is, but I think that people might be able to figure it out. Possibly. And if you're saying the one person that has the most, 28%, which we showed earlier, is actually the most inactive. So, they've done some, but they're actually the most inactive. There are many others that are lower, if you will, on the scale than them that are the most active. And that's an interesting thing to ponder, which we've already talked about, but I'll mention it again. If this is truly a coordinated effort and these people, in one way or another, are close to each other, know each other, whatever, all of this activities that's been happening at quote unquote the lower level, but still at the whale level, it could possibly have not even begun yet with regards to, well, what happens if the person that owns $1 trillion, it's $1 trillion, unless it's wrong somehow, it's $1 trillion, it's $1 trillion Dogecoin. What if they decide to start selling and pushing it down even more? Well, if they do, I think it just is an opportunity, ultimately, right? Unless they truly want to make this thing crash and burn and not exist anymore. This is true about the community part of it. This is the part that, yes, many try to encourage on Reddit, on Discord, some of the streamers talking about the coming together. If that happens, we've got to hope that the people that were so gung-ho about this are still gung-ho when it goes back down. If it does, goes back down to 5 cents. I would flip out if it went back to 5 cents, because then we could all get back in. Not get back in. Well, maybe for some it's get back in. When I say get back in, what I really mean is, in other words, increase our stake, increase our holdings of the coin. So I'm looking forward to it if that happens. Yeah. I had for a little bit in Robinhood some percentage, I don't know what it was, of Bitcoin. When I first got my Robinhood account, honestly wasn't even on the Dogecoin thing yet at the time. So I just put $100 in there, I think, and I bought whatever that would get me in Bitcoin just for the fun of it. I sold that, because I'm almost, like I said, almost 100%. It's not quite 100%, but basically 100% of my Robinhood account is in Dogecoin. I have some Neo and some other stocks, but I have a TD Ameritrade account as well. And since I already have it, And since I had some money in there, I transitioned that into Neo. But I don't see myself, honestly, once my technically on my Webull account, the money that I transferred over there is available to buy securities. It's not available yet to buy crypto, and I've mentioned this before. I'm not too happy about Webull with regards to buying power for crypto. Robinhood is better, but it is what it is. Yeah, I've heard as well that they bought Chris. I don't know, and I would love to see the link if you've got it or whatever. I don't know that. I mean, he probably has because he's the richest man in the world. It probably is millions of dollars, but I've not seen anything that substantiates that. But he's the world richest man in the world, so it's probably in the millions, right? Why wouldn't it be? The best advice that I got, 10% of your income. Don't invest more than that. Yep, I agree. I completely agree. Chris, you are just blowing it up, my friend. You are the kind of viewer that any YouTube person wants. You just keep the comments coming. Reason Dogecoin is down is because Sleepy Joe decided to put the extra 35% tax. Well, okay, yes and no. He's said that he's going to propose it. It hasn't been put into place yet, so we don't want to overreact. I'm sure that that's what he wants, and so if he gets his way, it will happen. And by the way, if you're in California or New York, it approaches basically 50%. So but that's not to say that the market still responds to even the hint of something. So I'm not saying that it's not impacting the market, but it's unfortunate that it's impacting the market because he hasn't done anything yet. And until he's done something, and he can't just snap his fingers and it's now 35. You can't do an executive order for taxes, so it would have to be passed. It would have to go through that process. So, but the market, I'm just going to use that term loosely. The market reacts to all kinds of things that they arguably should not, and it's a domino effect sometimes as well, right? So, people panic. They again have money that they can't afford to lose, and so they cut their losses. And it just has that domino effect. So yes, I agree that it is impacting it. I think it's unnecessarily impacting it right now, but it is going to be a real problem if it passes. I mean, it will definitely impact. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, I think many, especially the rich, will reconsider how much they invest in the stock market and maybe double down on real estate and those types of things. But here's the problem with that. Commercial real estate is probably not a good investment right now because many companies have obviously scaled back their need for physical real estate because many more people are working from home, not only during this COVID thing, but it will be the way that they will permanently work remote. So commercial real estate is not the investment that they would want to necessarily have a lot of the money in, but they may feel at some point they don't have any choice. Who wants to give up 50% of their profit? Yep. I mean, I think that I've not been able to keep up with all of it, and the reality is Elon Musk, and maybe rightfully so in one sense, and again, he's the richest man in the world, so he can probably choose to decide sometimes what he does, and even if it's going to impact, because it's danged if you do, danged if you don't. Sometimes I think he's focused a lot on SpaceX. I know it was delayed, so did they actually lift off today, or maybe it's tomorrow? I think maybe it's tomorrow, so I know that he's preoccupied with that. I was watching another streamer that his stream was basically, Elon Musk, his was Dogecoin channel, but he was showing Elon Musk being interviewed by a SpaceX employee, basically doing an interview about the SpaceX part. And I guess the hope was is at the Q&A time of that video that someone would ask a question about Dogecoin. So, I mean, Elon Musk obviously has a lot of things going on. He can't only talk about Dogecoin. He can't even only talk about Tesla. He can't even only talk about SpaceX because he's got the internet thing, which is pretty amazing for rural areas and all that. So, I'm sorry the people have been holding this study for weeks. It's amazing. It's something I've never seen before. Which, I'm sorry, you talking about what study are you talking about? And I'm sorry if I missed it or didn't understand. Bought in 3 times at 20. So you're talking about you bought into Dogecoin? We literally show similar charts as other cryptos you're talking about. In other words, the downward trend. Yeah, I mean, we also lost almost 20 billion in market cap. Actually, I'm going to pull that up again, just because we haven't looked at it in a while. And crypto ratings, obviously, I'm going to assume that it's going to be pretty much the same that it was. But here's another interesting thing that you were talking about during the weekend and on Monday. It was the opposite of that, right? So in other words, the Bitcoin and Ethereum, they were both kind of going down like this, right? Not a straight line slope, but anyway, they were generally going down considerably. Ethereum too, but Dogecoin was going up, right? But not anymore. Still a little bit better, and obviously still on the year a much better return. But that obviously depends on what your average cost is, how much you hold, all of that. But here's the really arguably the most telling part. 26. But of course, Cardano is down as well, and it's normally less than Dogecoin, but close. XRP is holding pretty well, although their price is down. They're holding, their market cap is not near as bad, in other words, of a drop, but their price is down quite a bit. Cardano's price is also down. I think XRP's normally been around $1.20, something like that. Cardano, $1.20, $1.30, something along those lines. So yes, the whole, at least the top, let's say the top 10 for the most part. I mean, I don't know what Uniswap is. I know what Polkadot is. I kind of know what Tether is. I know what Binance Coin is, but I don't focus on most of those. Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, Cardano, Dogecoin, Polkadot is I think normally like $40, and it's down to 28. So yeah, we're in Litecoin is down as well. Everything's down. I mean, generally speaking, I'm sure there are some exceptions, but generally speaking, it's down. But again, if you're a long-term hodler, if you will, then you don't care as much. I mean, you don't really want to see this happening, but it's not near as bad. If you're a day trader, or again, if you're putting money into crypto that you actually really need to live, then that's a problem. I came in late, what you're saying. Yeah. No, that's fine. You didn't really, I wouldn't say you came in late. You came in as soon as you knew about it, right? So now, hopefully, if you turn on notification, and this is for everyone, if you turn on notification, at least maybe you'll know when we go live. You may not be free to come in, but at least you'll know that we went live, and maybe you can watch a replay. I can't wait until Doge passes Tether. Yeah, that's I don't even understand, Alan. I don't even understand Tether. I mean, I do and I don't. In other words, I don't understand why. And if you know, I'd love to hear your thought. Why would I want to buy Tether if I'm an investor? If it's going to hover or stay around $1 forever? I mean, how do you make any money doing that? I don't know. SOL, yeah, blowing. I don't know what SOL is, but and here is our friend Panjiran from Pakistan. I'm assuming it's good morning, so good morning. I had to keep the stream going at least long enough for you to come on. I still haven't figured out, Panjiran, if you, and maybe you've told me before and I just missed it. Are you currently, do you currently have some Dogecoin? Are you still waiting to get in? Have you found, if you're not in yet, do you at least have an account on a platform where you could get some? Because possibly, I don't know how closely you've been able to watch it, but as I just mentioned, and as our friends, all of our friends here are saying pretty much that the cryptocurrencies in general, generally speaking, although there are exceptions, is down, some worse than others. But Dogecoin has lost a considerable amount of its market cap, almost 20 billion, more than 20 billion if you look at it when it was at its highest at about 52 billion. It's at 29 right now, or 26. But the price has pretty much flatlined at 20, and it's most likely because the whales, as they're called, those that have, more money in Dogecoin than they know what to do with, are selling enough to keep it at a consistent price. I just don't think any of us know exactly why they're doing it. There's some thoughts as to why, but I don't know why. Remember, don't buy anything high. What? Yeah. What's high though, right? When you say that, are you talking about don't buy, are you saying don't buy anything? Okay. Are you saying don't buy anything while you're high? I'm halfway joking, but if you're saying don't buy anything high, well, what's high? If it's, I'm not sure I understand exactly what you're saying. I'm trying to keep it real. Maybe you are saying don't buy anything while you're high. Yeah, that's probably not a good idea. Shane Trammel, I would keep it up. The stream on the regular, your channel has potential. Hey, thanks, Alan. That means a lot to me. I really appreciate that. I don't know if the time of night that I'm doing it is sustainable as much as I like, having people like Panjiran come on, and you. I don't know where you're at, what part. If you're in, I'm assuming maybe you're here in the United States, but man, you're up late. But I kid about being the night shift, and I'm finally caught up with the comments. We don't have as many as I've had some other nights, but more comments, which I love because I do like to actually highlight and speak to the thoughts and questions, and not only questions, but others like yourself offering up their their insight. And this channel is as much about all of you, and mostly about all of you, so much more than it is about me. So I bring a perspective and in many ways facilitate the conversation. So Los Angeles, okay, well that makes a little bit of difference. So it's only about midnight for you, right? So I'm in Texas, so that's cool. We've had some other folks in over the several streams coming on from California. So we had an and I haven't seen him lately, so I hope he comes back. But we had a gentleman from, I just say a friend. I like to call you all friends, but we had a friend join the other night that works for SpaceX, and he's out of Hawthorne. So I thought that was really cool. And my son is a engineer or engineering student at Texas A&M, and he was, and I told him, I'm like, hey, I had a guest on my live stream from SpaceX, and I'm sure you can imagine what he asked. He's like, did you ask them if they had an internship? And I actually did say something about that, you know, in the chat, or I might have said it, and I might have just verbally said it, but anyway. Like the launch is in 2 hours. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I'm going to have to go to bed before that, but that's really cool. So, Alan, I'm thinking this must be your first. Is this your first time to be on one of my streams? And I'm curious if you found by searching or something like that on YouTube, or did you find it on Twitter? It's, you know, since I started really focusing on this, I've been live streaming now for 93 nights or 93 days in a row, and previous to that, more off and on. But I found with this Dogecoin topic, and it is one, by the way, that I started streaming about because it's something I'm actually involved in. I'm not just trying to jump on a wave or a bandwagon. It just so happens that it is something that's caught the attention of a lot of people, so it just happens that it works out that way. But when I got it, I started getting fascinated about it. So honestly, couldn't stop streaming about it. So last 12 nights now, that's what I've been talking about, primarily adding in there, you know, some discussions about some stocks that I'm interested in, would like to add to my portfolio, some that I have, all of those kind of things. So first time, well, that's awesome. I hope you have turned on the notification bell. I saw it YouTube. I just typed Dogecoin and you came up. That's awesome. Someone else was saying, hey, the algorithm is working. Friday night wasn't my first night, but I think it was, again, I'd have to do the math in my head. And again, we've been streaming now for 4 hours, so I don't remember exactly when it was, but last Friday night was a really good night. We had, I think some people came back and must have seen the replay, but we had 980 views, which for this channel is good for a live stream for sure. So I'm super excited that you guys are getting some out of it. So that's awesome. So, Alan, I'm assuming then that you are a Dogecoin holder. I'm not asking to tell me how many, but I would be curious because we are always talking about that with regards to platforms. If you have Dogecoin, if you don't mind me asking, what platform are you using? We've got a number of people here that use Robinhood, Qcoin, Coinbase. I think we even, not tonight, but we've had some people that use Kraken, I believe. Webull, we've talked about that, but I don't know anyone that's actually bought their crypto through Webull yet. If you're looking into some of those, and I'll just say real quick, not make a big deal out of it all, but if you don't have Webull, for example, I do have a link in the description. If you don't have Robinhood, I have a link for that as well, but you could check that out. But the one thing about Webull, as much as I like their interface, their buying power is not really as it's not as good as Robinhood's, I've found. Okay, cool. So do you have a Webull account yet? I'll reiterate then some of the things. I mean, maybe you do. And just maybe it will help if you've already used it. I won't even bother. So you could tell me. But what I've found, and I was going to call. I put in a call to them, and then I had to have had a conference call, so I wasn't able to wait. But I transferred money into the Webull account for the first time over the weekend. This past weekend, it has now cleared as quote unquote cash for buying securities, but it's not available yet to use for cryptocurrencies. Apparently, it takes up to 5 business days for that. And even more concerning, honestly, to me, maybe it's more common. Maybe I've gotten spoiled by Robinhood. But let's say you had stocks or even cryptocurrencies for that matter on Webull, and you sold them, and that's now quote unquote cash, or you would expect it to be immediately available to use to buy either more stocks or more coins. You probably can buy more stocks, but you can't buy more crypto with it. In other words, the stocks have to settle after the sale, 3 days, I believe it is. So I'm not so happy about that, but it may be worth getting off of Robinhood. I don't know. Maybe you have to, plan ahead a little bit better, but I have found that. Oh, steady. Sorry about that. I thought you said steady. Steady, the people have been holding Dogecoin down steady at a great level. Yep. Well, another interesting thing to think about is that for most of the 7 years of Dogecoin's existence, it traded for under a half a penny, right? So, and I guess, for the most part, until Elon Musk, that first infamous tweet of his, it was, way down there. So imagine, and there's been people actually on, a stream since I've started covering it that had some at like 0.005 or whatever it is, just crazy. So it's very possible that, I'm never going to ask that, but it's possible we've had some, at least on paper, millionaires on the live stream, but I'm not 100% certain. Yeah, no, I get it. I don't even know why should they care, right? I mean, they need to be either independent of it or something, Alan, right? I mean, there's some that believe that they have the that some of these big wallets are actually Robinhood itself. There's probably no way to prove that. But if anybody's ever able to actually prove that they're doing some of this kind of stuff, I don't see how they survive that kind of thing, right? In other words, if it comes out. But here's the other interesting thing about Robinhood that I learned. The average, and I think they have 6 million people with an account or whatever, but the average Robinhood account is $250. I'm only saying, not trying to draw a lot from that, but I think all of us can come to some conclusions about what that probably means with regards to, the level of complaint, right? I think probably most of the complaints, and I'm not saying they're invalid complaints, but probably most of the complaints come from people probably like yourself and others that are really taking this serious, in the sense that you have some real goals with your investment strategy and all that, and it's likely that, I don't want to characterize too much, but it's likely that the average person that has $250 in there, it's just play money, and they're going to see what happens with it. I could be wrong. Again, I don't want to paint too broad a brush, but about to tether. Yeah, what do you mean? Yeah, I keep hearing that, for example, they tie up people's money. One of our other regulars, and I'm trying to remember their name, but one of our other regulars on the live stream, their money is tied up until May 1st because of some kind of thing that seems pretty silly to me. Silly on their part, in other words, right? And I'm like, wow. Do you actually believe in Dogecoin? Before I answer that question, maybe you can clarify what you mean by that. I mean, I'm invested in it. I have, a pretty good amount, under 50,000, but and I live stream about it for 3 to 4 hours. We're 4 hours and 20 minutes, almost 4.5 hours into it right now. You'd have to go watch probably some of the other 11 live streams that I've done on Dogecoin, and it might give you some perspective. But if you will clarify what you mean by that, I'll be more than happy to try to answer it on stream. It's very possible. I mean, it's very possible. And when you say that this is Robinhood, I assume you mean the quote unquote whales. Yeah, my email is, just don't spam me, everybody. But anyway, Shane at, I just put it in the comments. That's my email. When did I first invest in Dogecoin? Back in March. I looked it up the other day and could not believe that actually it had been that long ago, although it's a little over a month now, March 2nd or so, I think it was. And my first purchase was, I think, $100 worth at 507, 0.0507 or something like that. It was in the 5-cent range. And then I got the bug, right? I mean, I'm like, okay, my first goal is to have 1,000 Dogecoin or whatever it was, right? And then I got it up to a point where I'm like, okay, now my goal is 10,000. And now my goal is 50,000. I'm not there yet, right? But that's my next goal. We'll see if I get there. But so yeah, I said March, sorry, early March. That would be crazy if it was May, because that would have had to have been last year. That would be awesome. No, this past March, about March 4th or so. So when I sold the first time, and in hindsight, I wish I hadn't have. I've told this story a couple of times before, but I think we've got largely a new audience. So I'll make it a little bit quicker version, but I was actually doing pretty good as far as the profit that I had. Again, because I had that goal of accumulating, not of selling and making a quick buck. And that would have been okay as well. Just want you to know context where I'm at and my strategy or philosophy with regards to Dogecoin, at least. Long-term, hodler. I had some pretty good profits, and I'm like, okay, I want to get some more. I don't want to put more money into it from the outside, because I already put a good little amount in there. So I'm like, I'll take the profits and basically get some more. And unfortunately, timing-wise, it couldn't have been a worse time, because that was literally the day or right before the day that it went up to almost 50, right? 48 and change, I think it was. So I'm like, okay, I'm definitely not getting back in here. And that day I also was kind of out and about, so I wasn't able to react quick enough. So, I had money, basically, no Dogecoin. So I put it into Ethereum just as a holder, because Ethereum had been trending up just really a holding place. I'm like, hey, maybe I can at least make $50 or something like that on Ethereum while I'm waiting for Dogecoin, for a dip on Dogecoin to get back in. I'll be the first to admit that in essence I panicked. I'm like, okay, I want to be back. I want my Dogecoin. I want to be back into Dogecoin. When it hit 35, I got back in. So I didn't lose any money, but I'm nowhere near where I could have been had I just stayed where I was. That would have been the better option. So you live and you learn. I'm going to, I'll put up a little message here. I need to take a quick break. I'm sure you know what kind of break I need to take. I'm going to turn up the music a little bit, if you guys will let me do that. And if you want to hang here, then I'll be back and we'll talk some more. So here's some music while I step away. So I'm back. I'm going to let you finish listening to this one song, and then we're going to get back to the comments and talk about Dogecoin some more. All right, we are back, and I'm going to switch over to where I can see the comments, and let's see what's going on. 29 comments since I stepped away, so I probably won't be able to get back and highlight all of those, but you guys are carrying on conversation amongst yourself, which I love. I love it when a live stream can take on a life of itself and the host is not even needed. Hey Chris, that's cool. Yeah, so you're saying you're holding out for it for $1 at least. I like that. Wow, your mom bought it at 40, only 300, but I told her to forget about it. And I think that's good. Just tell her to, if she needs a second, if she needs someone else to second that, just tell her to come get onto the live stream. And I'll say, hey, Chris is giving you wise counsel. There you go, Jay. Hey, there's a lot of things that could happen. There are, I think, a number of potential catalysts that are, single catalysts to definitely get it to 50, and then, put a couple of those together. Maybe we're talking $1, right? If I think that. And I'm curious in the comments if any of you guys, I'm sure most of you know about Coinbase. I'm sure most of you know that they went public. I think it was on the 14th of April, and unfortunately, it's only basically gone down from there. It was, the high was at about 424 or something like that, and it's in the 200s right now. So not only are cryptocurrencies taking a beating, but Coinbase, as the biggest exchange in the United States, is also taking a beating. Maybe that's actually a good investment. I know Kathy Wood is bought a bunch of it, so she believes in it. If you don't know who Kathy Wood is, just Google Kathy Wood, and you'll get more information than you probably want. But if if Amazon, for example, and I'm not saying they are, but if Amazon announces, hey, we're going to start taking Dogecoin, that'll be huge. When Coinbase decides to list it, that will be huge. And I think it's actually, and I'm sure you've heard it from other sources, and I know it's on Reddit as well, but I showed this on my live stream last night, basically a README file from the code that's being updated on GitHub for the Rosetta API, which is what Coinbase requires. That's being, so they've basically taken a fork, or what they call a fork of the Dogecoin code, and it's being actively worked on. And right there in that code, it says copyright 2021 Coinbase. So I think it's going to happen. I also hope and think that will maybe deal with some of these whales. And by the way, I just briefly looked up. There are whales for, and you guys probably know this, but for multiple of these cryptocurrencies. It's not just one. So I'm back now. I can turn that thing off. Yeah, Christian, it's great. Yeah. I'm 54. Not that you can tell by the silver beard, but 54, and I'm loving it as well. I honestly just wish I'd gotten into this even just 3 years ago, or even just 1 year ago. 5 years ago would have even been better. But, I was busy doing all kinds of other things, if you will, living life. Didn't give Bitcoin, honestly, 10 years ago a second thought. So, but thankfully, somehow or another, Dogecoin caught my attention. The cryptocurrency space caught my attention. And normally with me, it's either I'm in or out. So when it piqued my interest, I just started studying more and more and more, reading more and more and more, watching more and more videos, all the things. And so, I'm definitely in it now to win it, as they say. Yeah, for sure. Thought it would get to 25. It definitely did, right? And it's just crazy. So, again, I think the fact that I'm got to believe that it's definitely past the stage of where it's just going to disappear. In other words, go off into the sunset, not be used anymore. Again, Dallas Mavericks, you can pay for your tickets with Dogecoin. Houston Rockets, you can pay for your tickets with Dogecoin. Newegg, you can buy your next computer on Newegg with Dogecoin. An airline, you can buy your ticket with Dogecoin. A minor league kind of like baseball team that's owned by the guy that owns the Houston Rockets, you can use your Dogecoin there. You can buy domains with Dogecoin. All kinds of things are happening. Slim Jim, got behind it. I haven't seen anything today. It seems like they kind of stopped after 420. Maybe they're going to pick it back up again. But Snickers had something on it. Gary Vaynerchuk, tweeted today, HODL. Now, of course, he's probably talking about the broader, hold on for dear life, HODL. Probably talking about the broader cryptocurrency market, probably not specifically about Dogecoin. The Dogecoin community is so tight-knit and so serious about it that many of them are super, super laser focused on that, which is cool. But also at times, things get interpreted as though someone's talking specifically about Dogecoin when they don't even tag Dogecoin or whatever because, they just kind of adopt what that person said and assume they're directing it towards it. But nonetheless, I mean, it's amazing, to your point, what this community is, what it's doing, and all of that. So it's great. Yep. If it gets to $1, right, right now, if it gets to $1, obviously it'll wipe away all of our mistakes, no matter what we've done, because we all will have been in at a price lower than 50 cents right now, at least, right? So that's true. Hey, I've said this already tonight, but the fact that some of you could end up being millionaires, and again, it's not all about being a millionaire, but nonetheless, who's going to, there are some people, I can't say that I don't know anyone. There might be some people that are like, I don't want to be a millionaire, and that's perfectly fine as well. I respect that. I think that's okay just as much as the other, but, like I said earlier tonight, it would be so amazing, super cool, just, the best to, I don't know, a year from now, even if it was sooner, that'd be awesome. But for someone that's, kind of become a regular on this stream, comes on and says, hey, I woke up and I'm a millionaire now, or I, watched this thing all day today and watched it go from 900,000 over the threshold to 1 million. That would be just super amazing, super cool. And you don't get to be a part of something like that normally, more than maybe once in your lifetime, but multiplied maybe by a whole bunch of people. That'd be cool. Wow. That's crazy. Why in the world? Well, I guess there are day traders and then there are day traders, right? I mean, I probably have the wrong impression of day traders, but, I would think that day traders, quote unquote, would be using a proper tool, where you can program buys and all that kind of stuff. And Robinhood, my perception of Robinhood is it's pretty simplistic with regards to day trading. But I mean, I'm not saying you can't day trade, don't get me wrong, but I just keep hearing, as I've mentioned, so many things about Robinhood that makes me wonder, how are they going to survive if they don't change some of these things? Well, I am way behind on the comments here. Christian, you're in it for the long haul. That's awesome. I am too. I'm only 20. Hey, JJ. Cool. I love it when young whippersnappers, if I can say that. I'm just kidding. I hope you don't mind. I can be humorous at times, but I love it when the younger folk come on. We've had a college student, John, I think is his name, that going to be graduating pretty soon from college, still pretty young, has been on quite a few times. He's probably studying for an exam, so that's probably why he's not on, which is the right thing to do. But I hope you'll continue to come back. I hope you'll subscribe and click that notification bell, because I would love to have someone of your age on here to get a perspective from how you see things, just what you're doing. I mean, imagine again, at 20, I'm curious then. So at 20, are you, is your family, any of your family on this ride, if you will, this Dogecoin ride, a part of the Doge army, or is it mostly you? Your friend bought 5K at 3 and sold at 40. He's now good. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. So are you in, Jay? I mean, do you have some Dogecoin, or is it something you're still looking at doing? The guy from Malcolm in the Middle. Oh, Malcolm in the Middle. 836 I bought at 20 for 20 just to see if it was these pump and dumpers, and they were blocking them from trading. You know, it's weird that they would, I mean, I wonder, I wonder where these whales, I mean, again, maybe some of them are Robin Hood and it's all behind the scenes kind of thing. But if it's actually a real quote unquote person, it'd be really interesting to find out where they're doing their stuff. Where are they transacting these massive buy and sell things? No, I've not tried Pancake Swap yet. I'm going to look into it, I guess, but yeah, I've not tried it yet. Christian, thank you, man. That's awesome. If you're talking about my channel, maybe you're talking about the young man, maybe he has a channel. I don't know, but if you're talking about my channel, that's awesome. I'm super pumped that you're here. Community and money, of course. Come on, you don't need money, just the community, right? If you have a community, and if you can just feel the love, then you can just make it on that. But no, I'm in it for. Money needs to be second or third somewhere down the line, because the love of money is the root of all evil, right? But nonetheless, there's nothing wrong with money. Money is the tool. Money is the tool that can either be wielded for good or not for good. Paul, hey Paul, how's it going? I talked to Newegg customer service yesterday and verified you can buy stuff there with Dogecoin. So that brings up a really good point, Paul. Thanks for joining. I'm curious, do you see I think there's two kinds of people, and maybe there's something in between, but do you see yourself using Dogecoin to actually buy something, or are you more interested in keeping it so that it can appreciate and, quote unquote, make you rich at some point, or really be stupid money, as they say, or life-changing money? I'll go first, and then anyone else that wants to share where along the spectrum they are on this. I'm really honestly not interested in spending my Dogecoin on a coffee or even a Mavericks ticket, for example. If I was a whale, maybe, just for the cool factor of it, and I might do it once I have enough to do it, just to say I've experienced it. I bought something with Dogecoin just to be able to say that I've done it, especially since I am live streaming about it and all of that. But the thing that you'll learn, again, I've mentioned it before, but about this channel, I'm super transparent. Don't feel any reason to hide, basically who I am, how I'm wired, all of that. I want to be as cordial as possible, all those kind of things. But at the same time, I don't think it's stupid either that for someone to do that. It's just not what I would want to do because of my goals and objectives. But at the same time, it's necessary, right? It's going to be, that is one of the catalysts that's going to take, for us investors, that's going to take Dogecoin where it needs to go. It's going to have to be used more. It's going to have a true purpose. One of the biggest complaints, or one of the biggest things that your average Yahoo Finance or Barron's editorial or whatever, somewhere in there they'll typically say two things. One, it's inflationary. There's not a cap, as though as though Dogecoin is the only one that doesn't have a cap. Bitcoin does. There are many others that don't have a cap, for one. And then number two, they'll talk about how it has no use. It has no use. It was created as a joke. At some point, they have to get beyond this. It was created as a joke. Well, yeah, it was created as a joke. I guess it truly was, but it's not a joke anymore. It's actually being used. How many examples do we have to have out there before they stop saying that? I don't know. Yes, I have. Well, I mean, I've seen the Twitter post. They said, I believe, that if it gets to $1, that they'll actually produce it. So we'll see if they do. That'd be pretty cool. Our Christian has seen it as well. Can I get your email again? Sure. Shane at trammel.me. Shane at trammel.me. You should see it now. Sorry, Paul. So you got 34,000 coins, so it makes it to $1. My associates in engineering fundamentals that I'm working on is paid for. Hey, that is cool, my friend. My son is that's why I'm wearing the A&M hat, or I'm about to tell you why I'm wearing the A&M hat. My son is a engineering student at Texas A&M. And I was mentioning earlier in the live stream, now almost 5 hours long. Maybe the longest stream on Dogecoin, at least this day. But I was telling my son that we had a SpaceX engineer on the program, on the stream the other night out of Hawthorne. And of course, my son was like, did you ask him if they had any internships? And I'm like, sure I did. I didn't get an answer at the time, but I definitely asked. Well, congratulations. My thought on that is if you can figure out a way to earn regular money and pay for the associates, then keep the 34,000 and figure out a way to get more, and then maybe consider selling it when it's at 5. What do you think about that? Do you have, like I do, a spreadsheet that shows you, editing at a couple of different prices, given the number of shares that you have, or not shares, coins, and then your price, what the payout would be? I do. Good vibes, yes. Good vibes. There you go, Chris. You beat me to it. You actually said in the comments before I got to say it, so good comments. Hey, Paul, when you say treating it like stocks, I assume you mean treating it more in, well, I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but maybe you can clarify. But nonetheless, the fact that you're in it's a good deal. There you go, Paul. You're like me then on that. Definitely. Alan, for future reference, the best way to invest is in fifths. You mean a fifth in crypto, a fifth in stocks, something like that? Is that what you mean? So, Chris, are you saying you may have to get out so that your daughter won't keep like spending too much? So I didn't sign the petition. I mentioned earlier, and you guys may disagree, and that's obviously perfectly fine. And that's not why I haven't done it. I just haven't done it. But I'm not convinced that that even 400 million would necessarily sway Bezos. It might, but I think he's going to make an independent decision on it. But I have not signed it. But you never know. He might actually be swayed by that. That's cool, Paul. I like that. So, Paul, what do you think about SpaceX going public? I've heard some talk about that. Look at this. Although there was a low there at 17, this has just been, puttering along for the longest time. Each of these are 30-minute segments, so 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 3.5 hours. And then if you include these as well, it's just been at this 20 cent mark for a good long time. Okay, Chris says he's got a good question. What do you think about the government buying the? And do you think that they will put a stop to Bitcoin? Yeah, wow. I've honestly never even thought about that. What do I think about the government buying cryptocurrency? I'd love to hear. I'll give you my thought, but you guys pound the chat and let Chris know what you think as well. Let me ask let me answer the second part first, because I've got to think about the first one more. What do you think that they will put a stop to Bitcoin? I think they'll first try to add some regulations, some kind of regulation, before they quote unquote just outright get rid of it or ban it. But I think Bitcoin, I don't think they can outlaw it worldwide. Now, governments may come together and try to do something about it, but I honestly think it would be pretty hard to just disappear Bitcoin. Now, at a country level, obviously the United States could ban it, and I'm sure people would try to figure out ways around it, all kinds of things, but I think it's a 50-50 chance that that governments, I'll just say governments, will try to do something, only because they don't like what they can't control. And they probably also don't like being one-upped, right? I mean, with Bitcoin and others as truly a hedge against inflation, they probably don't want to lose that power to be able to just print money. As far as the government buying cryptocurrency, I mean, if here's one way of looking at that. If the government can buy gold, which I think they can, if they can buy other assets like real estate and stuff, as long as we're going to categorize Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies for that matter as assets, then maybe. But it just popped in my head. One problem with that could be, especially Bitcoin, honestly, if they could buy up, 80% or 70% of what's there, then that would be, in my mind, a problem. So I don't know how you tell the government they can't buy something unless you get the government themselves to pass something which makes it to where they can't. So I guess that's my on the spot answer. Okay, Paul, I get it. Yeah, I mean, a coin, a share, generally speaking, the same thing, right? You care about how you basically care, if you're investing at least, you care about the price of that coin or of that stock. Yeah, I hear you about getting into Bitcoin. I wish I had as well. I can't even imagine. Yeah, no, I wish I'd gotten into Bitcoin as well. What does investing in blockchain mean? Well, I guess depending on the person that says it, I'm sure they have a certain context in mind. In other words, I'm sure they have a certain something that they're thinking about in mind. But one way to invest in blockchain is to invest in companies that are commercializing blockchain for commercial applications, like SAP, for example, which is a company that I've, work in supply chain management, been implementing their software solutions for over 20 years. They are, I think, probably the largest software company in the world. And blockchain, is a technology they would use to take advantage of all the things that blockchain promises. So blockchain can be either, in a sense, public or private, right? Because the blockchain concept is, in public domain, if you want to think of it that way, right? Open source. And since it's open source, a company can take that open source blockchain code and then bring it into their environment and basically change it the way they want and then implement it in a very specific way. So I guess that would be one way. Another way to invest in blockchain is, there are companies that are now selling blockchain domains where you only have to pay a fee of $40 to get a domain that's like yourname.crypto, for example, or other very special names. So you could invest in, those, or maybe even a better way to invest in a more diversified way is to invest in a ETF that is invested in, companies, organizations that are basically developing blockchain solutions, things that use the blockchain technology to solve quote unquote real world problems. Yeah, I get it. And maybe, I completely agree. Of course, the minute that something goes public, then you have shareholders to make happy in all the things. And so maybe it won't go public. It's not right now. So hopefully he's got enough control of SpaceX that he can decide whether that happens or not. Yeah, Alan, I hear what you're saying, and that may actually be the smart thing to do, and at least they can, quote unquote, compete right? Maybe come up with a cryptocurrency that is a, you know, similar to Bitcoin or something like that. I don't know exactly. Monetary policy, honestly, is a pretty complex thing, I guess, when you think about it. People spend their whole lives studying that and economics and all the things, and sociology comes into play with it. It's actually, in my opinion at least, a pretty complicated kind of thing because it's so it involves actually a number of things. So, but it's possible. I mean, I've heard others talk about the fact that it wouldn't make much sense for the governments, in other words, if they were smart, to try to regulate. Yeah, Chris, I think that's a good statement regarding blockchain. Okay, I have a newbie question. When you make profit, how do you get out and change it into real money? I have an idea, but so are you using Robinhood? But it wouldn't have to be Robinhood. If you have 30,000 Dogecoin and it's currently at 20 cents or whatever it is, you just sell it on Robinhood, and then you get it's immediately in US dollars or wherever you live, your currency, and then you can transfer that money to a bank account. It's that simple. I mean, that's one example. If you had a wallet where you had it in a wallet, there are ways to basically convert that into US dollars or, again, whatever currency that you happen to want it in, and there's probably a transaction fee of some sort, but it's not super hard. Yeah, I don't like hearing that about Robinhood. It's not good. I use Robinhood. I mean, I'm not really day trading, quote unquote. So, although I have bought in a couple of different times, multiple times a day, that type of thing. So I'm not transacting on Robinhood as much as some are. Like I said, I've actually bragged on them, the last few streams with regards to their buying power policy and all that. So I've mostly been buying. I only sold once, so maybe they're, but these day traders would, if they're trying to buy all that, I don't know. But as I've mentioned, I'm going to try Webull. I mean, once my cryptocurrency, or once my buying power is available to the cryptocurrency side of that, if you will, I'm going to buy some Dogecoin there, and we'll see. So again, I like the interface from Webull better. It gives you more information, that type of thing. So that would probably be my preference. I'm going to look into Qcoin, Kucoin. Again, they were hacked into, so I don't know if I should even bother, but I'm at least going to look into it and see if it's something that might have some promise. Well, Alan, the reason that the bottom is at 20 right now is because, and I haven't looked at it in the last hour, but I'm sure it's probably the same. These quote-unquote whales are buying and then selling, or selling and then buying, and they're selling and buying in such big blocks that they're basically controlling the price. So there's not enough people buying outside of these whales to have a big enough impact on pushing the price one direction or the other. And see, if you think about it, there's a bid and there's an ask. If they're the biggest bid and the biggest ask, they're basically putting in probably a buy and a sell, or they'll put in a buy and then they'll put in a sell, and that basically gets matched up, because I showed this way earlier in the stream, almost at the beginning of it. So I think you could actually even rewind now, or you could go watch it later. But I pulled up the information that's freely available on the internet for one of the whales, and you literally could see it right there. And maybe you were on when we did this, but multiple times, one after the other, where they were buying, or first maybe selling 4 million Dogecoin at 21 cents, and then selling literally the same exact amount for the same price. So they're able to control, with the volume that they've got going through there, they're able to basically control the price, and gradually, even over time, have it go down lower and lower and lower. And it's pretty obvious when you look at the data. Index, okay. New normal 20. Yeah, and I think honestly that again, I'm not ripping on people that are trying to do technical analysis right now with Dogecoin, but I just don't know how useful it is, or it's still helpful, maybe some, but with all this activity going on from the whales, I would argue that's really quote unquote an outlier, and you should have a way to remove that from your analysis, and it's probably almost impossible to do. So I would argue that technical analysis right now is at least hindered. I won't say that it's useless, but I think it's significantly reduced in its ability to give you true signals because of what's going on with the whales. They don't have to sleep, Alan, because I almost can guarantee it's programmatic. In other words, they've set ahead of time a program to do this. Robinhood, at least for us mere mortals, doesn't have the ability to quote unquote program it in, but there are some pretty sophisticated trading tools that then interface with a number of exchanges, right? They can connect it to Robinhood, they can connect it to Kraken, they can connect it to Binance, Coinbase, whatever, and then they can set these orders up in advance. That's surely what they're doing. Yep, that's true, Chris, until Joe Biden passes. I'm kidding. I hope he doesn't. I hope that there's enough sane people in in Congress that won't allow that to be passed to change that. Will Doge go below 20? Hey, Matt, thanks for joining. I think you're new. Thanks again for being on. I hope you'll subscribe and click on notifications. It may, again, like I've said, it seems that these whales and their activity is making a big driving a lot of what's going on. So as long as they've got these programmed buys and sells, it honestly depends on them. If they want it to go below 20, in essence, from everything I can tell, they could control that and make it go down to 18, 19, 20. They've got millions, literally billions of coins, and they can truly manipulate at this point in time what the price is. There's not enough other people outside of these 100 whales to have enough volume to, in a sense, take their plans off of its course. Here's one way to do it, Matt. What platform are you using? Number one, if you want to, rather than stay up, and you may already know this, but instead of staying up, just set a limit order to buy and put it in at 19 and a half or 18 and a half, something like that, right? Just put it in and then go to bed and see if you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't, right? And then if it's still at 20, when you wake up, then that just shows that trend is continuing. You could actually go to those websites and see if the whales are still kind of driving things. You literally can see what they bought it at, what they sold it at. You can see for how many different executions, one after the other, how much it was. And I guarantee if you went and looked at that, and you'll have to join again tomorrow if you want to see it again. I'm not going to go back at this time and do it again, or watch the beginning of this live stream, because I think we're probably going to be winding it down pretty soon, or you guys could just stay on and chat. But as long as they're quote unquote manipulating it, I don't think that there's enough of outside volume to keep them from doing what they're doing. So think about doing a limit order to buy at 19 cents. And that way, if it does dip below it, you got it, you get it. Now it could dip down to 17 even, and you would get it at 19. So you would miss out on the 2 cents. But if you want to go to sleep and hope you get in on something, you're going to have to kind of lock it in. Well, I mean, that's awesome, Alan. So I don't know how. Maybe they're just super, super good. Maybe they're lucky. I don't know. I don't know how you predict a bunch of whales doing things that you don't really know what they're doing. So, but maybe I just don't understand technical analysis enough. It's actually gonna bother me enough that I'm probably gonna look into it, because I do know enough about statistical analysis. Forecasting, it's not quite the same, but in forecasting, when you're forecasting sales, all those kinds of things, you strip out promotions, you strip out hurricanes, all those kinds of things, because those should not be considered predictors of the future, because you don't know when the next hurricane is going to be unless you use multiple linear regression, and then you enter in weather, and you use prediction models that come along with it. And then each of those parameters have to have not only a past, but you have to have a future forecast for them. And so it gets pretty complicated, and I'm not suggesting at all that that's not somehow part of technical analysis. But at this point in time, nothing against the YouTuber that did it. I'm just honestly skeptical, but only because I probably know enough to be dangerous, as they say. I don't mean that in a negative way at all. I'm glad that they were able to predict it. I mean, if people were following their advice, then they might be doing pretty good. Now, I'm curious if they've done the legwork and looked at what these whales have been doing, and knowing how much more they have to be able to sell. Maybe they've kind of built a model that includes what they assume their behavior is going to be, but I don't know. Well, guys, I think you guys will have to tell me if y'all want to keep going in the comments. I'll leave the stream running and turn the music up, but I'm probably here in about 4 or 5 minutes. I'm gonna have to. I've been going. It'll be almost. I'll go till 5:30. There's 5 hours 30 minutes in, and then you guys, if you want to keep going on the chat, by all means you can, and that helps in one sense. But you'll have to tell me. You guys are definitely keeping the comments coming. So Christian is bailing too. Good night. Yeah. Hey, thanks so much for joining. Thanks for following as well. Have a good night there and good evening there in Canada. Hope you sleep well. Yeah. So, Alan, they mentioned that one whale had 4 or 5 days left. But that's only one whale. There's another whale that's already run out. But then guess what they did? They started buying again. So you can think about the fact that this one whale, for example, again, at the beginning of my live stream, that was literally about the second thing that I started talking about. I showed one example where prior to going live, I had looked at it and this whale was at zero. In other words, they had sold everything they had, which means they had a ton of cash, basically, right? Now, when I went to go show it as an example of someone that had finally zeroed it all out, they had already started buying again, several million. So they can start that process all back over again when they run out. So there's no way to, when you say they're 4 days, yeah, they're gonna get to zero in 4 days, but they can start buying again. They literally could start it going the other direction, right? I guess that could almost technically continue endlessly, and that's probably what Elon Musk is concerned about and talking about, because with those few people having as much as they have, and even with the 5 billion 5 billion that's created every year. Anyway, they've got a tremendous amount of power when you think about it. So they could just keep that cycle going. They could run it down. They could start running it back up, back down. So it's interesting. I just got out of bed. Really? Okay. Wow, cool. Just joined. Do you have any idea why the whales are behaving like that? Hey, I'll give you my thoughts, and you can also maybe tomorrow go back and watch the replay, because it's something we started talking about at the beginning of the stream. But I can only presume. Let's paint a few scenarios. One of them could be seen as very positive. Maybe they have taken what Elon Musk said, as being something that they want to participate in, and Elon Musk basically said, hey, there are too few people that own too much of the Dogecoin. In other words, it's closely held, which gives a few people way too much power. And so, they're not going to just abandon their wallet. And I think he almost even kind of suggested that they're going to want to get their money back. So they may be divesting of it so that it can then be, bought by other people. So, and to add this further, imagine that Coinbase list Dogecoin, and that means, let's just say, throw it out there, 1 million new people that maybe otherwise would not have bought Dogecoin, that now with in essence, the supply being, going down, if you will, or it being sold off, then now a bunch of other people buy in, and it's more widely distributed. And then that would also mean that these whales would not be able to do what they obviously are doing, which is to control the price. So that honestly seems like the most likely thing. Maybe they're not doing it because Elon Musk said it, but maybe they're doing it because, whether he said it or not, they may be doing it because of exactly what I said, or they like to play. I guess that's another option. They like to play and make it go down, make it go up. Maybe this would be ridiculous in one sense. Maybe they like how people are reacting to all this. You know, some people are, what do you call that? Narcissistic. I'm not suggesting they are, but maybe that would be a narcissistic approach where they like yanking people's chains and all that. That's one other possibility. But since I kind of like to think in the best positive way, I want to be real, but not knowing one way or another, I'm going to think most positively. Again, first scenario, trying to get it to where they can get their money out, more widely distributed to others. And when it's not being controlled by just a few people, then the price is going to go up as others are buying in at a more, in a normal way, which is purely controlled by just the buying habits of a whole ton of people. And that alone could, get it back up to 50 cents. A couple of catalysts could also help, then take it up to $1. You have to study for a test. Yeah, hey, I get it, man. Can't wait for the next stream. That means a lot to me. I appreciate it. Sounds like I probably should just shut this one down. That's what I was thinking, government buying up to try to control. Yeah, Chris. So, again, I don't know, other than our congressman passing something. It's actually something that probably should begin to be talked about, and probably something I need to research and see what some of the politicians that I would support, if you will, what they might legislate to protect us, if you will, from the government trying to be able to buy too much crypto in order to control the market. Because again, they could just take over and become the whales instead of it being private citizens. The government could, print. Think about this. So this is, the more I think about this, the more I'm like, you brought up a really good point, because with a government that can just print more money, that would be bad. So I don't know how we keep them from buying it, but the fact that they can print money to then buy the cryptocurrency, that's a no-go. As far as I'm concerned, that would be really, really bad. So I hope they don't try to do that. That's a good one, Matt. And if they're Doge fans, that means that they're, So arguably this only hurts those that are not able to, quote unquote, ride it to the bottom. Because if they're also in it for the money and they love Doge, if they're going to drive it down, then they're going to want to they're going to want to follow it all the way back up as well, right? So, yeah. All right, Alan, take it easy. We still have 13 people on, so I am going to hang on for one more minute, and then I'm just going to turn up the music, and we'll let you guys that want to stay on and comment. What I will do is I'll transition over to the basically the chart, and you guys drop off when you want. Hang in there, communicate, chat with each other, and I'll be more than happy to rack up the watch hours. But yeah, thanks, Alan. Hey, I like To the Moon, man. Yes, To the Moon. Good luck on the test. If you haven't, those that are left, do me a favor and hit that like button. Follow me on Twitter. I'd love to be able to go to Twitter and see that I gained, like 20 followers. I will definitely follow you back as well. Hey, Chris, you're too kind. You're too kind. It's probably just because I'm doing something a little bit different than maybe all the other streams. I don't know. Regardless of what it is, I'm glad to hear that you think that way. It's cool. Matt, hey, take it easy, man. Have a good one. Forgot the moon. Shoot for another galaxy. Yeah, not only forget the moon. Let's go to the Milky Way or something like that, right? That's definitely further out than the moon. So have a good one. Trillionaires, hey, that'd be something. I'll be the first to admit. Like I said, I'm totally transparent. I will be happy with, and would definitely at least take my first, if not sooner, take my first profit in the million area. To me, wallets are questionable because then people can check on you. Oh, why do you say that? Do they have some type of a tracking device or something in them? Oh, you mean a like a crypto wallet from Toomey? It's funny because I'm not sure what you're saying, because Toomey is also a Toomey. Do you know that Toomey, like you spelt it first, is a luggage? I used to have Toomey luggage. But anyway, there are still some quiet people because there's 10 people on and there's only about 2 people commenting. But anyway, okay. We've been live for 5 hours and 31 minutes, which is like an hour and a half longer than I've ever gone. So I am going to transition to music and let you guys hang out as long as you want. Have a good one. We'll be back tomorrow.
See you forever.